He, he. Warum höre ich hier nichts? He, he, he. 1, 2, 3, 4. He, he, he. 1, 2. Ich war jetzt gerade sehr laut dran, also so etwa wird das dann auch werden, ne? Jip, jip, jip. He, he, he. Ja. 104. So, die 2, die 2, die 2. Ja. Die 3, die 3, die 3, die 3. Die 4, die 4, die 4, die 4, die 4. Ja.
Testing. It works. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Mesdames, messieurs, s'il vous plaît, prenez vos places. If I could ask everyone to please take their seats. And I'd like to remind everybody that this area is Mesdames, Messieurs, for those with red pins and gold pins, please come up here and take your seats. Charles spécifiquement pour le Premier ministre. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bonjour, mesdames, messieurs. Willkommen, Damen und Herren. My name is Jay Myers. I'm the CEO of Next Generation Manufacturing Canada. Nous avons plus que 1000 Canadiens, Canadiennes ici à la foire aujourd'hui. So let's get this show underway. For the opening of the Canadian Pavilion, it's my great pleasure to introduce to you our head of the Canadian Business Delegation, the Executive Chair of Linamar Corporation, and my chair for Next Generation Manufacturing Canada, Linda Hasenfratz.
Thanks very much, Jay. It's a real pleasure to be here this morning, and a warm welcome to all of you here to the Canadian Pavilion. We are all just very excited to be the partner country this year and showcasing the technologies of more than 250 exhibitors with another 250 participants coming here from Canada. You know, it's interesting because Canada is one of the few global centers to be considered a world leader in both manufacturing and technology, notably artificial intelligence, which is powering our world-leading advanced manufacturing businesses, making products the world needs, that the world wants in this rapidly evolving era of technological advancement. Our theme this year is Unexpected Canada, which highlights, I think, this amazing intersection of manufacturing and technology that has been created in Canada, and we want the world to know about it. Canada, as we heard a little bit last night, has an abundance of critical minerals and fresh water. We have an electricity grid that is more than 80% green, in some provinces over 95% green, meaning the things that we make in Canada don't carry a heavy carbon footprint. We have a great education system, as you just saw in the video. Our students are consistently scoring so strongly. We have, importantly, freedom of speech in a society that values women and diversity in all its forms, something that is starting to become a little less common in this strangely evolving world that we are living in. Canadian business is highly productive, with productivity growing more than 50% over the last 25 years, and notably manufacturing has grown productivity 43% just in the last 15 years. And all of this has resulted in Canada having grown to be an amazing place to do business, and notably advanced manufacturing. We're so excited to be here this week to showcase the very best that Canada has to offer in advanced manufacturing and energy solutions. I want to take a moment also to thank the speakers last night, and notably the Chancellor, for your words of support for Canada. As a Canadian, it really meant a lot to me to hear your words of support for our country. In tough times, it's really reassuring to know that we have friends in the world who support us and value us for all the great things that we bring to the world. We truly value the relationship we have with Germany and with all of Europe, and we look forward to many years of further collaboration. I'm going to finish by just noting the critical role that advanced manufacturing is playing in today's rapidly evolving technological, political, economic environment. Advanced manufacturing is by definition anchored by a devotion to innovation in products and the processes that we use to make them. It's solving some of the world's biggest problems, from climate change to feeding a growing population and developing new technologies. And in a world of growing tariffs and market inaccessibility, innovation has never been more important. Innovation creates those products and processes the global markets need. It is the ultimate driver of competitiveness, and we've never needed competitiveness more than today's world, where markets are creating barriers for business. Innovation and advanced manufacturing help us to step over those barriers and access markets with products the world needs today and in the future. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy the show this year.
Thank you, Linda. Merci beaucoup. Et maintenant, c'est un grand plaisir pour moi d'inviter le chef de la délégation canadienne, l'envoyé spécial du Premier ministre du Canada, Stéphane Dion.
Thank you, Jason. Ministerpräsident Stefan Weil, vielen Dank für Ihre starken Worte der Unterstützung für Kanada gestern bei der Eröffnungsfeier. Vielen Dank. Monsieur le Premier ministre François Legault, Premier ministre du Québec, Mr. Scott Moe, Premier of Saskatchewan, Mr. Vic Fideli from Ontario, and Matt Jones of Alberta, Bürgermeister von Hannover, Billit Onay, Botschafterin Bellman, Ambassador of Germany, ambassadrice de l'Allemagne à Ottawa, au Canada, notre chargée d'affaires à Berlin, Evelyne Coulombe, chère Evelyne, Faisal Kazi, CEO of Siemens Canada, Linda Hasenfratz, Executive Chair of Linamar, Yvonne Dance, CEO of the Canadian German Chamber of Commerce, and a lot of other people. I will say, chers amis du Canada et de l'Allemagne. With that, I think I'm mentioning everyone. Okay, maybe it's the jet lag. Remind me again, who is the partner country of the Hannover Messe this year? Canada. And yes, Canada. And this morning, it is the official opening of Canada's National Innovation Ecosystem Pavilion in Hall 2, the place to be. Okay, we built this pavilion on what? Nothing less than 54 years of German-Canadian science and technology cooperation, leading to over 1,500 research projects in fields such as nanotechnology, photonics, biotechnology, polar and space research, quantum, artificial intelligence, oceans, and digital and clean tech. This is this pavilion. Our cooperation never stopped deepening. Just look at these last few years. Can you imagine Germany and Canada co-chairing Eureka, bon, which is nothing less than the world's largest innovation platform. Germany and Canada are doing that as we speak. As recently as in 2024, Canada joined Horizon Europe, which is nothing less than the world's largest research and innovation funding program. Ladies and gentlemen, mesdames et messieurs, meine Damen und Herren, you have the tools in your hands. Just use them. Starting by visiting this magnificent pavilion, and once you are in L2, don't stop there. Visit Hall 7, featuring automation and robotics. Hall 12, international trade and investment. Hall 13, energy and hydrogen. Hall 17, digital technologies. Once you have done that, if you think you have seen it all, visit them again. You will still discover new things. And then you will feel in your bones, dans vos tripes, das spürst du bis ins Mark, how much Canada has to offer to Germany and the world as a reliable and innovative partner of choice. Thank you. Merci beaucoup. Vielen Dank.
Thanks, Stefan. That's great. It's my pleasure now, as Ersteiner Ehre, to welcome the Prime Minister of Lower Saxony, Stefan Weil. Stefan, can you come on the stage and give us a song?
Thank you very much for this introduction. I'm not sure what I should do that really. So, Your Excellency, Special Envoy, dear Stéphane Dion, Premiers and Ministers, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Lord Mayor, dear dear partners and friends from Canada, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure and honor for me to open the Canada Pavilion together with you, Stéphane Dion, the Canadian Special Envoy for Europe. Under the inspiring motto, "The future is here," Canada presents itself as a visionary partner for the transformation of industry, with more than 240 exhibitors for this fair for your country impassively demonstrates how innovation and sustainability go hand in hand. But that's not all. You may have felt yesterday at the opening ceremony. At this Hannover Fair, Canada is the most, popular participant. We are not only allies or partners, we are friends. And I hope everybody of you will feel that in these days in Hanover. You are highly welcome here at Hanover. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to represent Lower Saxony at the Hannover Fair, the most important industrial show worldwide. As one of Germany's leading industrial regions, Lower Saxony shares Canada's ambitions to shape a future-oriented, innovative, and climate-friendly economy. We see huge potential for deepening our cooperation in science, business, and technology. I personally look back with great appreciation on my own visit to Canada in 2018, where I was in Ottawa on the day the United States-Mexico-Canada Agreement was declared. It has been the 1st of October 2018. At that time, some call it a good deal. Nowadays, we see new tensions in trade policy and certainly about the global rules of commerce among even close allies. Canada stays firm in these challenging times, committed to fair trade, multilateralism, and open dialogue. And we in Germany stand together with you to defend sovereignty against any kind of any imperialism. You can be sure of that. Ladies and gentlemen, the Canada Pavilion is a vivid example of this shared values. It is more than a showcase. It is a bridge for transatlantic dialogue, new partnerships, and joint progress. I wish all participants a successful exhibition and many fruitful encounters. So, summarizing, a very warm welcome to all of you here in Hanover and Lower Saxony. Thank you very much for your attention.
Would you stay on stage, please?
Yeah.
Well, we have a very special guest joining us in a few minutes, so I'm going to ask all of our official party here in the front seat to join me, please, on stage. You're welcome. No shirts. Sorry. But you can hold the shirt up if you want. So this is a real Canadian opening. We'll have a puck drop, and our special guest is going to drop the puck.
Is it Connor McDavid?
Not Connor McDavid, but someone just about as good. Someone just about as good. And then we'll have a face-off with the two Stephans here. So, Chancellor, please welcome Bundeskanzler Olaf Scholz. So this is a real Canadian event. Here's your puck, sir. And if I could ask Stéphane and Stéphane, this is, yes. Now, usually in a puck drop, there's a moment of suspense. So this is when everyone gets a picture.
Presentations are all loaded behind. So inside this room is the tech center. Mic is always on. So I met the first couple of presentations, one from Tessonics and
Western.
haven't seen
C2M.
David yet.
Okay, I saw him yesterday.
Okay.
So C2MI, the printed electronics.
Yeah, so they're not here until this afternoon. So something's changed. Now it's, so whatever the first itinerary is, it's wrong. So I'm going to show you the right one.
Okay.
Every day we get issued a new itinerary.
Yep, yep.
It's all part of the theater, Phil.
This is the walkway out this side. So these airlines sticking out of the ground are your boundaries. Side sticking out. Don't want to triple those airlines or you're very bad. They do it. I didn't even know that we were giving over. Competition. Ready to start in 3, 2, 1, let's go!
Hi.
I'm here. What am I?
Okay. Well, something happened. They don't have us. Oh, you have the mic. Yeah, because she's still here, and she's gonna be there. Apparently. Yeah, he didn't want these on here. We tried to change it. He said we can't touch anything. Then as soon as the train came with the list, there was 100 people sitting there. But the press can't get close. Like that, it's supposed to be so that the press can come in. This is how it's and we'll try to like off there. Okay. Oh yeah, I've been I think it did use the mic. Okay.
If they go in there.
The setup is wrong.
Okay. Well, let's switch it.
I don't are we allowed?
No.
So where do you want the tape? Okay, we can move. Just tell me that. What was incorrect is supposed to be here. Sorry, excuse me, sir. I will come see you in a second. The stanchion was supposed to be here, and it's supposed to connect there. That's wrong. Not the press can move. We have to go. Okay. Excuse me, we have to change this really quick. The setup is wrong.
Which setup?
This it needs to go further in so that the press can get close.
So
It just, as long as they can get in.
Yeah.
Okay, so who do I need to talk to? Who's in charge? Go get them. Get. We don't have a lot of time, so.
Or is he just coming in here and then turn around?
No, he's coming in. So Chancellor comes in here
Yeah.
to mechatronics.
Yeah.
He comes right up to the kids.
Okay.
The press, this is supposed to be connected
Yeah.
to there.
Yeah.
That's supposed to be gone. so that they can come in here, up here, and take a photo.
Okay. So Chancellor comes in here and then lives here.
No, Chancellor comes in here.
Yeah.
I'll show you. I have the plan, guys. I don't know. Yeah. So why is it wrong then?
So here. So this comes up. Yes. Okay. So all we need to do is run a thing to here and another one across, and we will cut this road here. Okay.
He's nice. He helped us.
Hi, sir. Hi, Casey.
Hello.
Hi, pleasure to meet you.
No,
I planned.
You planned all of this?
Yes.
Okay.
The setup is wrong. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I know it's
yeah.
last minute, but so basically we have to create a barrier from here,
Yes.
and then from there to the behind the booth to there.
You mean
and then,
with the red band or
yes,
what do you
I'm
mean?
going to remove just this line.
Remove this one is away?
Yes, because we're going to.
we were able to get our like golden. well, I think the is okay. So it doesn't look good, but it doesn't feel like it. They canceled 10 o'clock presentation, or they didn't show, or something like that. I've heard talk of a few different things going on today. Smaller one in our area. I'm not supposed to know about what I know. We're in that as well. We're likes. Aerotech is the first car I suspect they're going to announce. I saw the agenda from John Law, but it still said TBD. Well, I'm ready to go. Locked and loaded. They got the presentation ready. Looks good for the 5 chairs that are there. Because they told me they had to take all the chairs for something else. So I said, what gives everybody else? It's a long run.
Automation and robotics pavilion are in our companies. We have a mechatronics contest here that you'll see the students. They're building a factory over the course of the week. So we have Festo's apprenticeship team and 4 Canadian colleges competing. Who's speaking?
What is here?
Yeah, who's, sorry. Are there students speaking?
Hey, man. You. Jamie Barry.
Oh, Jamie, how you doing?
Good.
Yeah. We met at something. Yeah.
Well, you came out and saw you.
Yeah.
And then you were going to come out and do a day.
Yep.
And COVID hit.
Something happened. Yep.
Yeah.
And then since then, I've left NRC and I'm at Western now. So yeah. You guys are right over here. I saw.
Yeah, right
that's
north.
right. Down in Tulsa. Yeah. Right. I remember well now. Yeah. It was, but then COVID kind of erased all the. Yep. Yeah, and I think our guy Kevin Ackerman is right involved.
Yeah, and then I reached out to Kevin afterwards.
And, he's gone back to.
Oh, right.
Something like that, yeah. So he went back there. Actually, he went the same day I left NRC. He went back to that was kind of his sweet spot. So, he was really good at working. The companies like yourself, like he knew what he was doing. And very nice, low-key kind of guy. And I think
is we take a system like this, we fully disassemble it down to the nuts and bolts. You can see over here these tables, everything's torn down. We rebuild it in a different orientation and then fully program it to do some different task. It's a different one each time. And, yeah.
When you rebuild it, have you already missed some parts and things? Why is this not in the building? You forgot it? No.
Yeah. So we do it in a different orientation and everything.
Ja, so it's, oder ich kann auch auf Deutsch reden, ja, dass halt eine Aufgabe ist, die wir mehrere Tage am Stück daran arbeiten.
Ja.
Und dann ist eben so, dass dann nachher kontrolliert wird, ob das soweit stimmt und ob das Entschuldigung.
Aufgeht.
Ja, genau, und ob das aufgeht. Und dann wird natürlich auch überprüft, ob das von der Qualität her stimmt. Also, dass die Leitungen alle richtig gelegt sind. Da gibt es auch ganz bestimmte Normen, die wir da einhalten müssen, die dann da überprüft werden. Und so geht
Aber
es dann.
auseinanderbauen und wieder zusammenbauen, oder ist das auch Veränderung?
Das ist auch jedes Mal anders. Also es gibt meistens gibt's eine Station, die am Anfang vordefiniert ist, wo man sich darauf vorbereiten kann. Aber danach gibt es alles neu und dann kann es mal sein, so wie jetzt gerade, dass wir es eher auseinanderbauen müssen und danach wieder zusammenbauen müssen. Oder dass man es nur zusammenbauen muss und dann natürlich halt auch noch programmieren muss. Und dann muss es ein ganz bestimmtes Programm ablaufen.
Aber dann muss man die ganze Breite beherrschen, ne?
Ja, genau. Und man muss sich vor allem auch, sehr wichtig, man muss sich einfach im Team gut absprechen können und es gut aufteilen können und einteilen können. Wie schnell ist jetzt der eine mit dem Aufbauen, wie schnell ist der andere mit dem Programmieren? Kann ich ihm noch irgendwie wo was helfen? Ja, so.
Sehr spannend. Und wie lange wird trainiert?
Das ist auch von Land zu Land unterschiedlich. Aber also wir haben jetzt bei den deutschen Meisterschaften haben wir so vielleicht 4 Monate davor angefangen, obwohl das alles noch nebenher von der Ausbildung lief und dann trotzdem noch in die Berufsschule und alles sind wir dann trotzdem noch gegangen. Und jetzt gehen wir dieses Jahr im September gehen wir auf die Europameisterschaften nach Hörning. Und da fangen wir jetzt auch dann irgendwann mal im Juni oder so, fangen wir dann da an drauf zu trainieren.
Und die Firma macht alles mit?
Ja, doch, das ist ja bei Festo, also ich arbeite auch bei Festo und die sponsern natürlich das Ganze. Und dann,
sehr
ja.
gut. Alles
Also,
gut.
Gutes noch.
Viel Erfolg.
Vielen Dank.
Danke schön.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Dankeschön. Students here from who have developed their own robotics team.
Good morning, Mr. Chancellor.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
This is who's going to speak?
She starts.
Sorry, this is Stefan Weil. He's the Prime Minister of Lower Saxony. Sorry, who's going to speak?
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chancellor. We are a high school robotics team from Ontario, Canada. Today we have brought a hockey goalie robot. It took about 6 months to build. lots of hours, lots of hard work. Yeah, would you like to take a closer look? Would you like to take a closer look?
Yeah.
Yeah. So just at the front here, we've got some cameras, so it automatically detects the puck and will make saves. Down here, we've got a second camera, and then just around this side, we've got the pads working with just regular motors you can find off the shelf. So everything on this robot is First Robotics compliant, a competition we normally do, but currently we're doing side project. And so everything is anything you'd find off the shelf. Anyways, so we can demonstrate a shot on it. So if we're just going to move it back, so watch out here because it's going to start moving and it's very, very fast.
We'd like to do a demonstration. I'm just going to go grab a hockey stick.
Yeah.
Well, there's a huge audience over there.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, sir.
Very good.
Would you like to take a shot, Mr. Chair?
Jetzt, aber jetzt muss es klappen, oder?
Not the best one. Hello, Stéphane Dion.
Nice to meet you. I'm
Ambassador
Ian.
of Canada.
I'm the president of this robotics club.
Very good.
Very good.
Hätte ihn nicht, Olaf, hätte ihn nicht gehabt.
Thank
It's
you
your
very much.
turn now?
So how good is he?
He's very good. He'll stop any college level shot. If you've played hockey before, it should save it.
Yeah.
We'd like to say right now it's at a high school level, and next year it'll be at an NHL level.
Yeah, very
So
good.
thank you very much. Oh.
This is my job.
Thank you.
I'll leave that with
Okay,
you guys.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. What happened on the button box there?
Radio issues. I think all
Their stuff is messing with the radio system.
and everything was delayed and everything. That's why you couldn't say block and stuff. I feel like we started having radio issues right there. Yeah, we kept disconnecting from the robot entirely.
Yeah, there's all kinds of.
They don't care.
Yeah, thankfully.
He was. They were just.
didn't know.
Yeah, they were just laughing like. Wow. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, I don't want this.
Yeah, they weren't too concerned about.
I know. I ended up coming around this side and gave it to them.
Yeah. Thank you.
But I'm surprised because they said, "Oh, the police, if they see somebody with a gold badge not in there, and then in there, I'm like, they're gonna tackle you."
Oh, yeah. How did it?
You got a microphone.
Thank you. And the headsets? No one left headsets?
I just.
Okay.
Do you want the gold badges back? Or they just keepsake?
The pass from these guys and
Yeah, please, if I could. Yeah. stuff for the big audience. I think you. Oh.
This is old though. That's tomorrow. Back up.
Go. Good morning, Hanover. Welcome to Hall 7. My name's Brendan Sweeney, Trillium Network for Advanced Manufacturing at Western University, here with my friend and co-MC of NGen, Rob Mastrato. We'll be here all week. Some great panels, some great interviews, some great sessions, some great presentations coming up, starting with Dave Muir, AVP, Strategic Partnerships and Innovation and Strategic Partnerships at Western University, with a great example of an NGen project that brings together partners, collaborators from across the value chain. Dave, you're up. Start us off. Good morning.
Am I on? Am I on? It's working? Sounds good? Good morning, everybody. Thank you, my faithful audience. Yes. So, as Brendan said, this is an excellent story of NGen bringing members of the supply chain together to fix real-world problems in the auto sector. And I'm going to tell the story of the projects, of the collaborators, and also how we're working transatlantically with a German cooperator. So very quickly, by way of agenda, for those that aren't aware of Western and don't come from Western, I'll give a little bit of a Western overview and a little bit of introduction to our Fraunhofer Innovation Platform for Composites. Good morning, everybody. I'll talk a little bit about the project, specifically the team and the members, and then get into the projects themselves at a very, very high level. So first of all, for those who aren't familiar with Western University, we are a member of Canada's U15, 15 largest research-intensive universities in Canada. We are the top 1% in the world, about 42,000 students, which makes us about the 5th largest in Canada. London, for those that aren't aware, is right between Toronto and Detroit in the heart of Canada's automotive sector. We have probably 95% of the auto sectors within a 2-hour drive of London. We have a 495-hectare campus, and it's, I think, unarguably the most beautiful campus in Canada, and I've been to most of them. In terms of, we have a broad, comprehensive university, a very, very strong school of engineering, headed by our Dean Ken Coley, who's with us today. And we have numerous areas of research at Western generally and engineering specifically. For this show, there's 6 things that we're focused on. There's 6 areas of research we're focused on, including electric vehicle batteries, wind engineering. Western put the concept of wind engineering on the map with boundary layer wind analysis, the interface of the earth and the ground. We've analyzed the effect of boundary layer wind on buildings and bridges and infrastructure and factories all over the world. Advanced manufacturing, we have numerous technologies supporting advanced manufacturing, including digital twinning and AI. Connected and autonomous vehicles. We have Surface Science Western, which is the premier surface analytical facility in the country. And finally, the area I'm talking about today is our composite material research. And specifically to that area, we have, in collaboration with the Fraunhofer Institute for Chemical Technologies, which is based in Finstall near Karlsruhe or Stuttgart in Germany, we have a pilot scale facility in London, partnered between Western and Fraunhofer, that is pilot scale manufacturing of composites by virtually any technology that you could envisage. The vision of this center is to advance composite material in industry. We have a very heavy focus in the auto sector, but not exclusive to the auto sector. We're working also in building materials and in basic materials. And you can see the large press that we have here. We have a number of other technologies as well. The Fraunhofer Innovation Platform for Composites at Western is a solution provider to support industry developing composite materials and products. So to get right into the project that I'm talking about today, which was again sponsored by NGen, we have a number of partners that are involved in this project. Again, this is supported by NGen. The lead partners were Marwood, which is a Canadian automotive tier 1 manufacturer, primarily of metal formed products, but increasingly getting into composite products. We have Airlight, which is a Canadian engineering firm focused on the adoption of composite materials, and Diefenbacher, which is a large German machine builder again, focused on high volume production of composite materials. Also, partners like Simutense, which is simulation software that was developed by the Fraunhofer ICT and spun out of the Karlsruhe Institute of Technology, and Laval, which is a large leading tool shop in Windsor, Ontario. The project ultimately was done in cooperation with Toyota. So I'll talk about, very, very quickly, I'll talk about two specific projects. One was the skid plate for the Toyota Tundra, the skid plate, the under engine protection membrane. And secondly, for the Toyota Tacoma, the service hole cover, which is the liftgate assembly, or the interior of the liftgate assembly. For the Toyota Tundra project, in a nutshell, the goal of composite research, as you well know, is lightweighting, sustainability, and of course to shorten cycle times and create a more economical part. For this project specifically, the steps involved redesign of the product, the manufacturing process development, and then prototype development or prototype manufacturing. In terms of the product redesign, you can see on the left-hand side the original steel product, which was made from 9 steel components that were welded and E-coated at a mass of over 4 kilograms. The redesigned product was one thermoform composite with collars for adhering at a weight of 750 grams. So you can see a significant weight savings. The product was, the composite blank was made through the FiberCon and FiberForge process of Diepenbacher to create the composite blank, which was then in a cell that was designed by Marwood, a robotic cell designed by Marwood for production. And if the video works, it'll show you a video of the system that they designed with involvement from our group. The robot takes the composite blank, it transfers it, it puts it into this oven, which looks an awful like a pizza oven. It heats the composite membrane and then puts into the forming press. So in a very quick nutshell, that was the production method. And as you can see, this is not just a plastic part. This is a very, very strong, stiff material that resulted from this project. So that was the first project that was NGen supported. The second one is the liftgate assembly for the Toyota Tacoma. And again, the goals, similar goals, lightweighting, cycle time improvement, and increased functionality. As you well know, tailgates in pickup trucks often have a lot of functionality built into them. You see an awful lot of different devices put into the tailgate. So the composite forming allows an awful lot more flexibility in terms of design. This project followed a slightly different process in that it was first simulated, and then the manufacturing process was developed, and then prototype part testing. So the simulation, which was done by the Simutense software, started with design of the part, and then looking at the forming behavior of the molded material, structural performance of the composite, and finally the strength of the material resulting from the fiber orientation of the carbon. The process involved a similar type of resin to form a continuous fiber reinforced skin. The construction involved a sandwich construction for lightweighting. So the interior was a sandwich, a hollow sandwich of honeycomb structure, and bonded to the sandwich structure was the skin. You can see on the right the process advancements included rapid thermoforming, and the vacuum created an attractive grain structure. This is a Class B finish, so ultimately this is seen by the user, and the thermoforming process enabled a very good, very attractive grain surface. So in prototype production, first of all, the press forming with the vacuum. Again, this is done at our center, the Fraunhofer Innovation Platform for Composites. The original press forming, the skin was water jet trimmed and then bonded to the sandwich structure once again in the press in our facility. And then performance testing, there was a number of different performance tests that were done by the companies involved. And finally, in terms of results, so again, very quick overview of a couple of projects, but intended to show the cooperation across the supply chain, including partnerships with transatlantic partners, supported by NGen.
We successfully implemented high-performance composite material in 2 different applications. Both of these have been presented and have won public awards. The second project, the liftgate assembly or the service hole cover, was presented at the Society of Plastic Engineers in Detroit last year, and it won an award for the first application of a continuous fiber thermoplastic laminate. And again, showed the collaboration of a number of partners, including Canadian, German partners in this project, once again supported by NGen. So that's the project overview. If you have more questions, feel free to come and contact me. We are exhibiting in Hall 2 in stand B42, so I'd encourage you to come and check us out. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Dave. Do you want a question if there are?
If there are.
We have a few minutes if anybody has a question for Dave.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, NGen.
We have a short break at 11 o'clock. We'll hear from Carlos of McMaster University. And right on time at 11 o'clock, back on time. See you soon.
Oh. Yeah. I took my jacket off.
But there was awards for those parts.
Yeah. Cool, right?
That's great news.
Yeah.
I'll follow up after the show.
Okay, yeah.
Just get some more details.
Yeah, the SPE one, I was there for that. That was a attendee vote.
Okay.
And it was a neat part. They brought the whole part with them. I, of course, couldn't this time.
Of course, I know the part.
But it's really quite a neat part with the sandwich in the middle of it. It was really well done.
I remember well. Again, I monitored that one, but my old boss when I was at Husky was he was the president of the SPE for a while.
Okay.
But it's really great to see. Like, I mean, obviously it's a great project. I know the Marwood guys and so on, but it's great to see that the innovation gets rewarded. And it's the same thing like Mari, the Maple on Maple. Yeah, advanced robotics, right? These guys got the robotics award here too. Another project from NGen funded, but we know the tech.
Right.
It's great to see the tech respected and awarded.
Yes.
So great job, guys.
No, it's a great start. Again, I wasn't trying to get into the technical stuff.
Yeah.
I was trying to show sort of the partnership. But here's what results for this project.
Yeah.
It really is a good story.
No, wonderful.
Awesome.
Thanks
Thank
again,
you,
David.
Yes. We'll see you as the week goes on.
Yes.
How do you do? Actually, the ones before, of course, you yeah. This is our Dean of Engineering. Oh, which one? Dean and Associate Dean right here. Okay.
Okay, maybe I can see if we can.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Oh, fantastic. Right on. Welcome to Hannover.
Yeah, no, I'm happy that.
All is good so far?
Oh, yeah, it's great. It's overwhelming for the first time. Yeah.
And then
Oh, Chancellor. Oh, yeah. No, overwhelming. Secret Service with bow ties.
It's just funny to watch them. Something else. Yeah. I wasn't sure what you expected. It's all been. I think the word we use is
I'm new to the business development, sales, marketing sphere. I'm just an engineer, just learning the field.
Well, I've spent most of my life in private sector.
Oh, really?
So I come over and public sector as well, academic sector.
You don't speak?
No. Most of my background actually was development.
Oh, really?
Any role I did, and that's my role here is business development.
Actually, so I'm manufacturing, mechanical engineer. I spent a lot of time for plastic parts, aerospace. And actually, I've got a colleague who works with auto parts manufacturing in Neocon in Halifax. They do a lot of plastics for Subaru, all of the name.
Okay.
And so I'm trying to find some opportunities for us. We'll talk tomorrow. It's just quality.
It's a unique collaboration. It's a unique capability that
technically, it's quite unique. The range of technology, I only showed the press, but there's a number of different technologies in practice. Almost anything you can name by plastic.
Will say the thermoplastic is very tickles my heart.
Yeah.
Because the thermosets, just everything's going to be in the junk for 100,000 years.
Yes,
Like
exactly.
soon, the first 787 is going to be around forever.
So this is all exciting.
That's what my friend. Thanks for your time.
A pleasure, Dan. Thank you.
And I'm just trying to.
Yeah, so identity verification. Basically, what we are, right? So identity verification labs integrate with the That's part of the story I'm going to explain, but it's like.
I will introduce it.
If you want to like need to know about it, because I'm also that's not even necessary. I keep looking at the app. It's not anything that says like bounce. I think that anything that's printed is hard. Yeah, we have a couple of talks with it. I don't know exactly where it's going to be. I think we're usually not go down to the hole too. We also have a booth there. I don't know. there, Gabe. I know. He said he's already changed. So
I know where
actually it was Mark Fidelli, the whole cabinet.
So I babysit it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he was at Mark. Yeah, he went with Mark after, so he was there for the tour. He didn't drive the drive simulator. I think you know it's like one of the, what's the name of the animation? Madagascar. There's one of the characters that does like this. I don't know. Reminds me. I use the mic. Why do I have two? See, okay, Hamilton. That's what he was. He looked at. Yeah. Yeah. And Brenda was looking. He was like.
Someone would have told me that, right?
He's got like scrape.
I'd like to try and change my feels a little bit
Carlos, what's your McMaster title? Principal Research Engineer?
It is. It's a great title, but just
Yeah,
wrong.
that's the title for McMaster, but not the
Senior Principal Research Engineer.
Yeah.
Ken's kind of like, I didn't know we had one of those at the city yet. So, one
I
day.
don't work for the city either. Okay.
We're all
Pardon?
McMaster.
Oh.
We're all. I don't know what. Can I put my bag somewhere?
You can leave it with us. We're sitting there. So.
Yeah. We'll guard it. It's not that before.
We'll keep the crowd going.
Okay.
Skip the.
I don't have anything.
How can I skip the slides? Is that the thing here? That's a laser. So,
You good? Good morning, Hanover, Hall 7. Here we go. Next up, from my hometown of Hamilton, Ontario, Canada, Carlos Vidal. Carlos is the CEO of Trust Innovations and a senior principal research engineer at my alma mater, McMaster University. He's going to tell us about Trust, about their innovation and their ID verification system. Carlos, welcome to the stage.
all right, thank you, Brandon. So, as you said, we are a spin-off company out of McMaster University, Hamilton, Ontario, Canada. So, what I'm going to present here is one of the solutions we developed within our innovation ecosystem. It's part of the McMaster whole innovation ecosystem. So, Trust Innovations, it's an identity verification platform. We do a safer, simpler way to prove that you are who you are. Doesn't matter where you go. No card, no password, no gas works. Right? So you probably have experienced here today so many times. How many checks have you go through the gates? I've been at least 3 times. I have 2 credentials on the same event, and that happens like just 3 times today. But every you go travel, you get checked
oh no, to get a passport, if you get to a card to get in the transit, everywhere you go, it's a different credential to identify you. You go waiting line, showing photo ID, memorizing password, carrying multiple cards, solving puzzles, even sometimes have to prove that you are not a robot. The problem is identity verification is broken. It's a fragmented, slow, inconvenient, and unsafe, especially in very high traffic locations. The business rely on a disconnected system, a different app for loyalty, a different app for payments, gas lists, cards, and checks. Every location you go, there's a different system to identify you. We came here to simplify all of it. We developed an identity verification platform that can identify you wherever you go. No physical contact, no card required. Our platform is enabled by a palm vein biometric device, which is, I have one of the devices here. It's still like a beta test, but what it does, it detects the palm vein biometrics. The right-handed, left-handed are completely different. So it's very, very accurate. But we do in a better way. We do this in combining with mobile technology, a safer, faster, and frictionless way of identifying you. One action, one movement, multiple actions. You just rover your hand on top of it, and you can open a door, payment, a loyalty program, prescription pickup, healthcare, anything. Sometimes multiple things. That's with just one movement. Again, this is the device we have here. So it's a picture when it's on. There's no battery in this one here. But we combine, like I said, biometric, a mobile, and a very secure IoT device. We are comfortable. Part of the IP we have is to be able to develop and deploy this device anywhere. I just need an internet connection, and we can just drop it in a cafe, a theater, hospital, anywhere. The global market, it's on the biometric alone, is $20 billion, and it's up to increase to $80 billion by 2013. As a validation, we are not the only one doing this. Amazon has their own device that does the Amazon One, which is mostly in their own retail stores, and then they expand it to some other business. But if you're a merchant, I'm not sure if you want to have Amazon to be within your business. And one other way is also Clear, which is used to know for like airport focus, but they actually started from the physical location environment to transfer to digital, which is what we're going to do as well. And the opportunity where we'll build what most people are skipping. There's so many companies that do identity verification, but they all start with the phone. It's really rely on the phone and the biometric of the phone. We did the hard part. We developed the very secure IoT device, but that can integrate with the other platform and potentially with the identity verification within the phone and the digital environment as well. The way we are monetizing here, again, we are a startup company, we are early stage, we are over just a year old company. It's a SaaS, it's a software hardware as a service. So most of the application we have so far, we have just deployed for free the device, but we charge subscription for the verification, for payment, loyalty program, etc. Or if you were deploying for access control, then we can charge different. It really depends the vertical that we are deploying. But the point is, it's one identity, one person, doesn't matter, you enroll once, and you can be verified in those different locations. So our retail, our go-to-market, we're already in a retail. We have it deployed in 3 different locations for payment and loyalty program. In Westdale, Hamilton, Ontario. We're expanding to have access control at the McMaster Innovation Park and an entertainment venue also in Hamilton. So we're expanding locally, having several locations. Also, we're looking to integrate with some EMR software for healthcare. Entertainment, like I said, for ticketing, access control, skip the line, VIP access, all with one identity across those different locations. And right now we are building strategic alliance, and we're looking to expand our presence and looking to talk to European companies that are willing to go to Canada and vice versa. So why trust, right? So I mentioned a few things here. So it's built for physical identity initially, but ready for digital integration. We're going to use a very strong authentication by using your physical presence with the biometric and the mobile technology that actually can be transferred easily to digital environments. Independent and partner friendly. As I said, unlike Amazon, trust is not a threat for retailers. Privacy aware and secure. Palm vein biometric can be captured by photo or distance. Again, this is palm vein, it's not a palm print. Strategic synergy with the identity verification provider. For example, Clear, again, it's a validation that shows a company that is started for physical environment, but is transferred now to identify your identity in digital environments. So traction, we have several pilot launched across retail, payment, loyalty, and access control. First paying Cosmo last month, so first time. Expansion to high traffic venues. As I said, we go into like entertainment venues, so we got to facilitate access to those venues, skip the line VIP control, and payments. We are integrating with the global tech leaders. We're looking for a company. We've integrated with companies that provide a partnership program that our technology and our solution can integrate easily with them. For example, we have Fujitsu Tixer with the ticketing, Johnson Control for access control, and Point Click Care for the long-term care facilities in Canada. So what are you looking here? Why are we here? So we are looking for European partners to launch potentially launch pilots here in Europe, co-develop application for healthcare, retail, and access control, explore license distribution, go-to-market, and engage in strategic discussion and collaboration. So here's the team. So myself over there. We have most of my colleagues here. We all from McMaster University. Again, we are a spin-off company of Mac. Dr. Ali Amadi and Dr. Lawford, they are still professor at McMaster. And Asim, Tyler, and Matthew, they are from mechatronic and software engineering department. We actually come from automotive, aerospace, so we build software that cannot fail. And this is my contact. This is it for today. Any questions? All right. Guess not.
Where can you be found at Hannover Messe this week?
We're going to be in the Hall 2, 42. Is that it? Okay. Yeah. So Hall 2, stand 42, booth 42, right? Okay.
Hall 2, booth 42. So if you have to leave Hall 7, Hall 2 is where it's at.
It's a good walk.
Carlos, thank you very much.
No problem. Thank you.
So next up at 11:30, we're going to go down Highway 401 to Windsor, Ontario, and hear from Tessonics. So that's at 11:30. See you there in a minute.
So you're. Yes. Test. Yeah. It's always on, but not yet. Yes. I go first. I'll
I
introduce you
flipped
guys.
the fader, that's it. So you introduce.
I am. I'm introducing.
So what's the time? 28. So I open up the microphones and you start running. You
ready for them?
You see the PowerPoint clicker, right?
I don't see the flowers. Why are you
They're
laughing?
coming. 2 minutes.
Yeah. I would like him to make a picture of them with flowers.
Flowers. Okay. That'd be nice.
Mine too celebrity, you know?
Yeah. I like it. I'm Rob Escrover.
President. Thank you very much. You're from Toronto? Richmond Hill?
Hoppy Valley. I grew up in Toronto.
Smart idea. I had a big penthouse in the bay. Look at my village. Nice view. We got the idea for my daughter that she will finish university. She finished. By medical stuff. But, you know, close is close. They said, I want to go for PhD overseas. And I tied to Windsor. So we enjoyed it, but not so often. Finally, we still
All my girls are in the area.
Good. What are they doing?
One is a lawyer.
One will be Canadian.
And one is studying.
Very interesting. I know what it is here. Swing off somewhere.
So are you based in Windsor or no?
Yeah, we're based in Windsor, but we have branches in Germany. It's my general manager. In Germany, Cologne, and we have in Poland, in UK, in China, in Japan.
I won't tell anybody.
But no, it's Russia. I will ask by FC the floor will put that floor.
3 chairs, and it's all filled, okay? So
Need to wait on the geopolitical situation will change. Someday.
Okay. Very nice to meet you. Let me do the intro. All right. Good morning, Hanover. Morning. Thank you. Good to see you. I would like to introduce our next presenters from the company Tesonics. So Tesonics' tagline is quality control through ultrasonic imaging. They're based in Windsor, Ontario in Canada, established in 2003 with support from Daimler Chrysler and the University of Windsor. So to get things started, I would like to introduce Danilo Stocco, the RIWA team engineer, and also Jörg Oberdorfer, who is the managing director of Tesonics Europe. Gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for having us today. I'm here to present our company and a little bit of our product lineup. We are going to do a very slightly different format here. I'm going to start in English, and then I will hand over the microphone to my friend that's going to give the presentation in German. A little bit about us. It was already mentioned before. Tesonics is the global leader in the design, development, and production of inspection systems and ultrasonic technologies. So we were established in 2005. Recently, we completed 20 years. And originally, Tesonics is a spin-off company generated out of a research project between University of Windsor and the former Daimler Chrysler. We have a strong research and development DNA, where over 70% of our employees have postgraduate degrees and includes 14 PhDs in our lineup. We are located in Southern Ontario, down in Windsor, which is the heart of North America's automotive hub, but we have global presence. We have over 6,000 of our inspection systems sold worldwide. We have a few other locations throughout the globe. We have a branch here in Germany as well. We have over 60 international patents granted, and we are now about over 50 employees in Canada and 80 globally. As I mentioned before, what we do, we work with advanced ultrasound technologies, basically to evaluation of any joining process, mostly for automotive body in white. That's where we have majority of our customers. And to do that, we use ultrasonic high-resolution imaging and also real-time detection utilizing artificial intelligence-driven smart sensors. Tesonics is the industry standard for inspection of resistant spot welds, and we always pursue the zero scrap and the zero defect manufacturing. Our motto is, if it's a joint, we have a solution for you. So we can do inspection in resistant spot welds, adhesive bonds, projection welds, laser brazing, laser welding, so on and so forth, any type of joint applied for the automotive industry. Speaking a little bit about our product lineup, this is our main product. It's called RSWA, which stands for Resistant Spot Weld Analyzer, which is a portable, easy-to-use ultrasonic device for resistance welding spots and adhesive bonds. It generates a 2D imaging based on the inspection of the spot weld, and then it's easy to use. The operator is always guided through an inspection plan. And we have a software that can integrate with the quality systems from the automotive companies. The other product that we have, it's called Smart Robotic Systems, or SRS, which is basically the idea of having the automated inspection, where you have one of our devices being attached to a robot arm, and then we bring automated inspection through the system. So the SRS electronics, they come with a system software developed for headless operation. So basically, we don't have the screen, but we feed the information through the system. Another product that we have is called RIVA, which stands for Real-Time Integrated Weld Analyzer. And this one, the goal is that we have the inspection system integrated to the production line. So we have an ultrasonic sensor sitting inside the welding gun, and while we are welding, we are shooting ultrasonic pulses and collecting information from the system. With that, we are able to generate a 2D image of the welding process in real time, when we can collect every single information that comes from the welding process, and we can actually define and distinguish the weld plates, the development of the liquid nugget, after that the solidification, and the final result in terms of quality. This solution can be integrated to a system that we call Smart Welding Gun, where we have the actual welding equipment being used also as a smart sensor and smart device. While we are welding, we are reading the information from the gun and feeding this information back through an artificial intelligence system, which reads and provides a quality control out of it. So if you have any joining issues, or if you are experiencing manufacturing challenges with the new materials, new joining technologies, new equipment, and you need an innovative solution, or if your company is also an expert in welding equipment, assembly line automation, robotic integrations, or stamping press shops, we want to talk to you. We are located here in this hall, booth G28. At the end of the presentation, York is going to put our contact there. And feel free to reach us at any time. York, I will give you the floor. So now we are going to switch languages.
Ja, guten Morgen auch nochmal von meiner Seite. Mein Name ist Jörg Oberdörfer. Ich bin der Geschäftsführer der Tesonics Europe GmbH. Wir sitzen in der Nähe von Köln. Und es freut mich sehr, dass ich Ihnen heute ein paar unserer Produkte vorstellen darf, die wir zum Teil auch bei uns am Stand haben. Die Firma Tesonics gibt es schon seit etwas mehr als 20 Jahren. Wir sind hervorgegangen aus einer Zusammenarbeit des Daimler-Chrysler-Konzerns mit der Universität Windsor. Daimler hatte zu der Zeit ein Ultraschallsystem gesucht, mit dem man in der Lage ist, Schweißpunkte in der Serie zu prüfen. Man hat mit der Universität Windsor, mit unserem Firmengründer Professor Majew, den wir auch heute hier im Publikum begrüßen dürfen, einen Experten in dem Bereich gefunden und war so in der Lage, ein Produkt zu entwickeln, was wir auch später noch sehen werden, mit dem man wirklich in der Produktionslinie Ultraschall, Schweißpunkte, widerstandsgeschweißte Bleche mit Ultraschall relativ einfach prüfen kann. Wie man es auch hier auf der Karte sehen kann, unser Hauptquartier liegt in Windsor, Ontario. Wir haben einige Niederlassungen weltweit. Wir haben eine Niederlassung in den USA. Wir haben eine Niederlassung, wie ich es gerade schon gesagt habe, in Frechen in der Nähe von Köln und auch noch in Asien. Und wir sind relativ forschungsbezogen. Das heißt, wir stellen nicht nur die Geräte her, sondern wir haben die Forschung und Entwicklung in unserer DNA drin, was sich auch dadurch zeigt, dass mehr als 70% unserer Mitarbeiter einen Masterabschluss haben und wir im Moment auch schon 14 Doktoren haben, die bei uns in der Forschung und Entwicklung und halt auch in anderen Bereichen der Firma arbeiten. Die globale Präsenz, ich hatte gerade gesagt, dass wir hervorgegangen sind aus einer Zusammenarbeit mit dem Daimler-Chrysler-Konzern. Das erstreckt sich allerdings jetzt nicht nur auf diese eine Firma, sondern wir sind mittlerweile einer der Weltmarktführer im Bereich der zerstörungsfreien Prüfung von Verbindungstechnologien im Automobilbereich. Das Gerät, was Sie auf der nächsten Seite sehen werden, haben wir mittlerweile 6.000 Mal verkauft. Und auch hier unten sehen Sie einen Auszug der Kunden, die weltweit mit unseren Geräten prüfen. Wir haben nicht nur 6.000 verkaufte Einheiten, sondern wir haben auch mehr als 60 Patente im Bereich der zerstörungsfreien Prüfung bewilligt bekommen. Zur Größe etwas, Tesonics weltweit hat ungefähr 80 Mitarbeiter, wobei 50 Mitarbeiter an unserem Hauptstandort in Kanada beheimatet sind. Die ganze Technologie, mit der wir arbeiten, kann man zusammenfassen als hochauflösende Ultraschallprüfung, bildgebende Ultraschallprüfung, die man generell einsetzen kann zur Bewertung von allen Fügeverfahren, die im Automobilbereich vorhanden sind. Wir sind hauptsächlich im Karosseriebereich unterwegs, sind dort in der Lage, eine Echtzeiterkennung durchzuführen, um die Qualität von Schweißpunkten in unterschiedlichen Verfahren zu bewerten. Zum Teil setzen wir dort in den Produkten auch unsere eigene entwickelte künstliche Intelligenz ein. Und die Produkte, die wir haben, sind halt wirklich darauf ausgelegt, dem industriellen Standard zu genügen, um halt auch mit unterschiedlichen Systemen, die natürlich bei unseren Kunden in der Automobilindustrie nachgelagert sind. Das Motto, was wir damit verfolgen oder dabei verfolgen, ist, wenn es eine Verbindung ist, haben wir typischerweise eine Lösung, wie diese Verbindung auch zu prüfen ist. Ich hatte gerade schon gesagt, wir konzentrieren uns hauptsächlich auf Widerstandspunktschweißen, aber wir sind auch in der Lage, Klebeverbindungen, Buckelschweißungen, Laserlöten, Laserschweißen zu prüfen, ungleiche Werkstoffe und halt auch noch andere Verbindungstechnologien, die man im Karosseriebereich findet. Eins der Produkte, die wir auch mit hier auf der Hannover Messe haben, ist unser RSWA, unser Resistance Spot Weld Analyzer. Das ist ein sehr handliches Gerät, was ausgelegt ist, damit es der Prüfwerker mit in die Automobilleine legen kann, damit Sie dort eine Vorstellung bekommen. In der Automobilindustrie werden nach gewissen Vorgaben Teile, komplette Karosserien aus der Fertigungslinie ausgeschleust. Ein Prüfwerker nimmt dann dieses Gerät in die Hand. Wir befinden uns im Bereich der Serienprüfung. Das bedeutet, dass dem Prüfer ein Prüfplan vorgegeben wird, angezeigt wird, den er dann halt entsprechend abzuarbeiten hat. Der Vorteil von unserer Herangehensweise ist, dass wir nicht nur hingehen und sagen, es ist schön, wenn der Prüfer die Ultraschallergebnisse auf dem Gerät hat, sondern die Software ist direkt dafür ausgelegt, dass man halt auch noch mit externen Softwarepaketen auf die Daten zugreifen kann. Wir haben also auch im Bereich der deutschen OEMs einige Kunden, die halt dort schon nachgelagerte CAQ-Systeme haben, künstliche Intelligenzen haben, die dann halt noch aus den Ultraschalldaten zusammen mit allen anderen Daten, die im Fertigungsbereich aufgenommen wird, einen Mehrwert zu erzeugen. Während der Corona-Zeit kam dann noch die Frage an uns heran, ob man das Ganze nicht automatisieren kann. Im Moment ist es so bei den Handgeräten, dass ein Prüfer wirklich die Schweißpunkte an der Karosserie abprüft, damit Sie dann einen Eindruck kriegen, moderne Fahrzeugkarossen bestehen heutzutage immer noch aus 4.000 bis 5.000 verschiedenen Schweißpunkten. Ein Prüfer prüft typischerweise in einer Schicht 500 bis 600 Schweißpunkte ab nach Vorgabe. Aber dann ist es natürlich im Zuge einer fortwährenden Prozessoptimierung natürlich relativ naheliegend, dass man das Ganze auch noch roboterbasiert durchführt. Dafür haben wir vor 3 Jahren unser SRS, unser Smart Robotic System, entwickelt. Das ist eine Technologie, ein Gerät, was basierend ist auf unserem Handgerät, die Technologie verwendet, wobei es natürlich an der Stelle wenig zielführend ist, wenn man ein Gerät mit einem Bildschirm an einen Roboter hängt, sondern wir haben die ganze Elektronik miniaturisiert, wir haben die Software entsprechend neu ausgelegt, dass das Ganze ohne Bedienereingriff auskommt. Das heißt, die Elektronik, die wird rein von einem Roboter-Controller gesteuert. Das heißt, der Roboter-Controller sagt uns, welcher Schweißpunkt zu prüfen ist, wie die Vorgaben sind. Diese kleine Elektronik, die ungefähr so groß ist wie 3 oder 4 Zigarettenschachteln, hängt irgendwo an dem Roboter. Wir haben hier unten den Sensor sehen, dieses längliche Gebilde, was vorne zu sehen ist. Dieser Sensor wird aufgesetzt automatisch, es wird eine Messung durchgeführt, es wird automatisch mit den Vorgaben verglichen, die sowieso schon vorhanden sind in der Organisation, sodass am Ende des Tages, am Ende der Messung wirklich ein gut oder ein schlecht Resultat zusammen mit dem Messwert rausgegeben wird. Ein weiteres System, was wir haben, ist unser RIVA-System. Das ist der Real-Time Integrated Weld Analyzer. Was ich gerade vorgestellt habe, das RSWA als auch das SRS, das ist eine statistische Prüfung. Das heißt, alle 100 Teile, alle 500 Teile wird ein Teil, eine Karosserie ausgeschleust. Es wird geprüft und dann lässt man die Produktion einfach weiterlaufen und hofft, dass in der Zwischenzeit keine Fehler im Schweißprozess auftauchen. Den Ansatz, den wir mit dem RIVA-System verfolgen, ist ein etwas anderer. Dort haben wir in die Schweißzange, das ist ja eine Schweißelektrode, die Ultraschallsensorik eingebaut und wir nehmen während des Schweißvorganges kontinuierlich Ultraschallimpulse aus dem Blechstapel aus und können dann den ganzen Schweißprozess mit Ultraschall charakterisieren. Das heißt, jede Millisekunde schicken wir einen Puls, einen Ultraschallpuls in den Blechstapel hinein, werten die Signale aus, sodass wir am Ende des Tages in der Lage sind, eine gut oder eine schlechte Bewertung des Schweißpunktes zu machen. Wie gesagt, was ich Ihnen gerade vorgestellt habe, ist eine statistische Prüfung. Hier geht es wirklich um eine Inline-Prüfung, wo 100% der Schweißpunkte, die mit einer Schweißzange geschweißt werden, automatisch ausgewertet werden. Damit Sie mal so eine Vorstellung bekommen, wie die Bilder aussehen, die wir damit erzeugen. Wir haben sogenannte M-Bilder. Da entspricht jede Linie, die wir sehen, jede vertikale Linie einem einzelnen Ultraschallimpuls, sodass wir dann in der Lage sind, den ganzen Schweißprozess zu charakterisieren. Was man hier in der Mitte sehen kann, diese rautenförmige Struktur, das ist dann wirklich die Ausbildung der Schweißlinse während des Schweißprozesses, das heißt die Bildung der flüssigen Phase, wie sie sich in die Bleche ausdehnt. Und das nehmen wir dann, um wirklich zu bewerten, ist diese Schweißlinse groß genug, hat sie sich wirklich in die Bleche ausgebildet, die man wirklich miteinander verfügen möchte. Und so ist man dann in der Lage zu sagen, ob der Schweißpunkt dann okay ist oder nicht. Das Ganze macht natürlich dann kein Bediener mehr, der vor dem Bildschirm sitzt, sondern wir setzen mittlerweile auch selbstentwickelte künstliche Intelligenzen ein, die entsprechend antrainiert sind. Und diese KIs sind dann in der Lage, dieses Bild, was aufgenommen ist, zu bewerten. Und das natürlich ohne Einfluss auf die Taktzeit. Das heißt, wenn der Roboter von einem Schweißpunkt zu dem nächsten fährt, innerhalb von einer Sekunde sind diese Daten ausgewertet und wir können sagen, ob der Schweißpunkt okay ist oder nicht. Ein Produkt, was wir auch mitgebracht haben zur Messe, das ist die Integration dieser RIVA-Technologie in die Schweißzange selbst. Diese Riva-Technologie, die Ultraschallsensorik, die kann auch an bestehende Anlagen eingebaut werden, aber natürlich kann dann auch der Wunsch bestehen, direkt eine Schweißzange zu installieren, irgendwo im Fertigungsprozess, wo dieses ganze System schon automatisch integriert ist. Das ist ein Produkt, was zusammen mit der Firma Centerline, einem bekannten Hersteller von Schweißzangen, entwickelt wurde, wo schon bereits die Ultraschallelektronik in die Schweißzange integriert ist. Und wenn Sie sich für dieses Produkt interessieren sollten, kommen Sie bitte zu unserem Stand. Wir sind hier in der Halle 7, ungefähr 20 Meter von hier, am Stand D28. Auch hier, wie ich es gerade schon bei Riva erzählt habe, wird während des ganzen Schweißprozesses ein Ultraschallbild des Schweißvorganges aufgenommen, wird mit künstlicher Intelligenz ausgewertet. Wir können feststellen, ob der Schweißpunkt zu klein ist, ob er den Vorgaben entspricht, ob vielleicht Spritzer aufgetreten sind im Schweißprozess. Und das Ganze bekommt man dann hinterher dann auch dargestellt. Jede Linie, die Sie hier sehen, ist eine Aussage, ob der Schweißpunkt okay gewesen ist, ob der Schweißpunkt nicht okay gewesen ist, sodass ich für jedes Teil, was gefertigt wird, einen entsprechenden Qualitätsnachweis habe. Das Ganze kann dann natürlich auch ausgeleitet werden, das kann dann wieder in nachgelagerte CAQ-Systeme überführt werden. Da bestehen alle Möglichkeiten und wir sind so in der Lage, dann wirklich am Ende des Bauteil-Schweißprozesses zu sagen, ist dieses Bauteil okay oder ist es nicht okay. Ja, generell kann ich Ihnen nur das Angebot machen. Wenn Sie im Bereich des Fügens unterwegs sind, wenn Sie Herausforderungen haben bei der Herstellung Ihrer Teile, sei es, weil Sie neue Materialien einsetzen, weil Sie vielleicht neue Fügeprozesse einsetzen, weil Sie neue Ausrüstung bei sich im Unternehmen einführen wollen, sprechen Sie uns ruhig an. Also wir haben durchaus Erfahrung in Zusammenarbeit mit Anlagenbauern, mit Presswerken, mit Schanzereien, aber halt auch mit den Leuten in der Automobilfertigung, die diese Maschinen dann hinterher unterstützen müssen. Wie gesagt, sollte das für Sie interessant sein, was ich natürlich hoffe, zögern Sie nicht, uns anzusprechen. Nochmal zum Hinweis, wir sind am Stand D28 hier in der Halle, schräg gegenüber, und wir würden uns natürlich freuen, wenn Sie uns mit spannenden Herausforderungen oder Fragen challengen würden. Ja, damit möchte ich mich bei Ihnen für Ihre Aufmerksamkeit bedanken. Hier nochmal der Hinweis zu unserem Stand. Wenn Sie Fragen haben, wir sind auf jeden Fall die ganze Woche da, aber natürlich auch später noch für Sie verfügbar, und wir freuen uns natürlich auf Ihr Feedback. Vielen Dank.
Thank you, York. Thank you, Danilo. Any questions for the Tessonics team? All right, thank you so much. Thanks for joining us. Have we heard from the next? Okay. All right.
компания. Yeah, I don't know if he's going to come or not. That's great that we got the permanent logo, because initially NGen told them that no, the logo is just going to be on the TV, and basically told them, what do you mean on the TV? They said, we're not paying you all that money for the logo to come and go. Like, so they actually embedded it on the wall. Like, okay, that's a bit more than we asked for.
There's a couple of your buddies over there. Welcome, everybody, to the first afternoon session at Hannover Messe. We're going to hear, all the way from Montreal, Simon Lemire is going to tell us about how Lacoste is using AI to improve, to revolutionize RevOps and increase sales. Take it away, Simon.
Thanks, man. All right, let's jump right in. I have a few friends from Montreal, but I'll do the presentation in English. I'm Simon Lemire from Lacoste, head of business development at Lacoste. We're an integration firm of CRM solutions, customer relationship management system. We're a HubSpot solution partner. So basically, we integrate CRM solutions to enhance sales operations, marketing operations, and service operations. RevOps is a new concept to align businesses together in terms of marketing ops, sales ops, and service ops. AI tools can enhance, obviously, those operations, and that's what we're going to talk about today. But first, let's take a little step back. Customer experience took a really different tour in the last decades, right? Before, we were selling products, services, and now experience is the most important thing, right? We're not only selling products, quality of the products are basically important, and price as well. But today, with the competition that exists and the accessibility of the information, every businesses have challenges in their sales process. And we used to kind of rely on steady supply chains, a kind of recurrent orders that comes in our pipeline. And now the competition kind of like brings those challenges together. So how can we enhance our sales process with tools, with AI tools, with the CRM to be a little bit more competitive on the market? The difference between perception and management, right? Customer experience is how we perceive the quality of the services or the quality of the product. Management is the way that we're going to use tools internally as sales reps or marketing teams or RevOps teams to better kind of manage that customer experience. Do we have the correct tools? Are we well prepared? Are we more proactive? Are we prospecting the way that we're more proactive? Those are the questions that we're kind of asking, and we need to have the correct tools to be able to do them. We used to kind of drive those processes in silos, right? Marketing works together, sales working on their own kind of database with their own processes, customer service is always aligned, and then we have that back office, finance, accountability, operation, products. And when we work in silos, we're not driving the best efficiency, right? RevOps, what we're trying to do is align those marketing, sales, and service ops together to better have a streamlined process and being able to drive data, drive revenue in our business. This is a concept, it's a strategic approach to be able to do it, right? Towards those processes, we need to have tools. From lead management, deal management, quotes, proposal, contracts, orders, invoicing, after sales. There's a lot of different cells in those RevOps process. If we're not aligned, we're not driving the revenue that we want. We're not competitive enough in the market. The process in a company, that's an example, can be really complicated. It's not only different steps. And to be able to sell sometimes, well, obviously, there's different steps to take into account. If we're not well organized, we don't have those tools internally or a streamlined process, we might drop a little of opportunities in our pipeline. So how can we enhance that process with tools internally to better drive revenue? That's where in the RevOps pillars, streamline your processes, integrate your technologies together, and then mobilize your people internally to better drive revenue. So basically, the CRM solution will be, in either ways, a single source of truth where you connect your marketing operations, sales operations, customer service, and your obviously product operations with manufacturing together in one platform. I love that quote. A CRM solution. I think we know that garbage in, garbage out often come back, right, when we're doing sales. And when we're talking about AI, it's data-driven. So if you're just using tools and just putting a bunch of data together, you won't be able to enhance that customer management in your platform. So you need to make sure that you have the best quality data in your platform to use those AI tools and grow revenue. Evolution of the CRM, quick, right? Customer relationships, start with the database. You know how it works. Cloud CRM got introduced right after, late 90s. And then we have those mobile, those social app, reps are connected. And then we have the AI-powered CRM where we're using tools, using agents, using people to help us better sell, help us having a better customer experience. So I have a couple of use cases here that we're not necessarily known that it can be used to help us be a lot more effective in our RevOps management. So let's start with the first operation, marketing ops, right? How can marketing and lead generation use AI tools to enhance the efficiency internally, right? So we have agents that exist, Content Remix, AI social media agent that help us, instead of doing the work manually, help us really gain some time and use the data that we have. So the first one I want to showcase is the AI content agent. Here's an example in HubSpot platform where we can create a blog outpost with just a little bit of information. We can connect our website directly in the platform, add some little headers. Who do we want to talk to? What is the objective? And automatically, the blog post will be created. Obviously, we need to be personalized, but the more data you put, we're able to really create content really quick. So that's the first tool that is really interesting. And then more content you put on your website could be sales content as well. The AI Content Remix, which is another tool that is connected to the management system, it helps you to gather all the different content that you have, remix it, and propose different content afterwards. So instead of always thinking about new ideas, well, there's a way that that tool can really gather all your information together and being able to propose new content. Another tool that is integrated in the HubSpot platform is the AI social media agent. So it won't necessarily do everything for you on social media, but it'll be able to at least generate some ideas. Marketing teams often are kind of like, what can we post? What can we say? Well, with your sales document, with your data inside your own CRM, you can generate different ideas that you can potentially post and help gather some inbound leads in lead generation. So those were a couple of AI use case for the marketing hubs that is integrated in the CRM solution. Now let's talk a little bit about prospecting and deal management. Sales rep, right? We want to get more leads. We want to go on LinkedIn Sales Navigator. We're going at trade shows like Hannover Messe and talk with people, scan cards. How can we better do those follow-ups? How can we be helped internally to be a little bit more efficient in our prospecting and our data enrichment? So here are a couple of use cases I'm going to pass real quick. Different ideas that are out, I would say, in the past year or two that HubSpot has deployed in their platform. So it always starts with a good lead management system. If you're still using today notepads, Excel spreadsheets to manage your deals, manage your lead prospecting, I mean, at the end of the day, you might miss some follow-ups, right? So centralize your lead management is the first priority. Then using that buyer intent information will help you better get that information of who's visiting your website, who's interacting with your business. You don't even know it. You configure the tool. You make sure that your target account market is well known. What are your intentions for you? What is a sales qualified lead? And then the tool will do it itself. It will identify who's visiting, who's interacting with you, so you can better outreach with your lead management platform. So the buyer intent feature in HubSpot is really powerful to help you better gather that information to be more proactive in your prospecting. Then you have the AI prospecting agent. I think you're all kind of, you know that agents exist in the operation mindset, but it always exists as well in sales. It doesn't always do the work for you, but with the correct data that you have, with the good buyer intent in your platform, you're able to configure an agent that will prospect for you with the correct messaging, with the personalized messaging. You could put it fully autonomous, but you can do semi-autonomous and make sure that you personalize your message. But you have that agent to help you prospecting better and make sure that you're proactive in the way you're doing it. The other little tool that we have is data enrichment, right? I tell a little bit earlier, garbage in, garbage out in the CRM solution. How can we have the correct information? Is the business over 100 employee, over 1,000 employee? Where is it located when we're prospecting? Well, new AI tools in the CRM will keep a certain hygiene of your data and make sure that you enrich your contact records so you have the correct information further that you're moving forward. If the sales cycle is at 12 months, 24 months, you make sure that your data is still accurate month after month where you're doing your sales process. And then we have Breeze Copilot. It's kind of the same Copilot as Microsoft, but different, that is internal in the sales solution. So let's say you're managing some deals, you're going your sales pipeline. Well, you can ask questions to that Copilot and make sure how many deals I have created in the last month. What deals can be a little bit more subject to close in the next month, depending on the interaction that I have. So you have that Copilot, that Breeze data enrichment that helps you get that information quicker instead of looking manually in Excel spreadsheets. So that's a great tool, AI, that helps sales team better do their work in their platform. Another one that's really interesting, that's probably my favorite one, is the AI lead scoring, right? I think sales rep wants qualified leads. They don't want to lose sometimes on leads that aren't really interesting, right? Then the AI lead scoring helps you manage those lead scoring, right? We're identifying a specific score on the lead. But with AI, depending on the different deals that we have in our sales pipeline, you can manage those target intention and better qualify your leads. So when you want to contact them, well, at least they have a score that's interesting. So that AI lead scoring in the platform will give you more qualified opportunities to manage afterwards. So again, it's tools that helps you enrich that and be more proactive. And then obviously you have that deal score. Which sales rep wouldn't like to have a score identified to an opportunity and being able to say, that one is less, why? Well, haven't been interacted with him since maybe a month or two. Maybe I'm forgetting him about. Maybe he's in my pipeline for too much time, right? A key metric is velocity. So why is that score 35 and it's not 100? Well, it helps the sales team to have that information and then better manage opportunities and different tools that they can use. And then the last RevOps operation, customer service. An important one for customer experience, right? We have questions. Sometimes we're getting asked a lot of questions. Customer service, you know how it is. Can we have an agent that can help us kind of orient the customer to the good direction with our own database. We have the information, but instead of always having a human behind the telephone, behind the email, and missing those opportunities to get that better experience, we have agents that help us. So we have that AI customer agent. Same functionality, same feature as the AI prospecting tool, but on the other hand, we're using an agent to help better respond to those questions. If we have a knowledge base, our own data, where we can interact, know the problem, and better interact with the customer. So again, a human will be behind to really interact in a personalized way, but at least we have a helpful tool that help us manage a lot more volume in customer service operations. Another one is ticket summary with AI, right? Where I think we're about where with ChatGPT and kind of like send a full document and being able to kind of summarize everything. But imagine if you have that feature integrated in your own CRM solution in the same place, well, you're able to have the information without doing copy-paste. You just ask it with Breeze Copilot, do that ticket summary, and being more proactive in the personalized way that you're going to answer that customer. So those are great tools to have. Like I said, you need to have that data internally to be able to use those tools. And then enhanced data analytics, right? AI is all about data. If you don't have a CRM with at least your own data, then you won't be able to use those AI tools. But then once you have it, those data analytics can be really, really powerful to be able to manage what the agent had did and what our sales teams, our customer service teams had done. And then the impacts on the business, obviously, the seamless process is the first step. But then once you have a good process and you know what to do when you're doing your marketing, sales, and service operations, and you're using a full tool with AI tools, you'll improve revenue forecasting, which is, I think, in my opinion, the best tool that we can have. And then obviously your customer experience will be enhanced. And like I said, experience is everything now. It's not only selling a product. It's not only doing it in the best time. I know Amazon is kind of like bringing us a customer experience kind of thing where we can have like the best product in 24 hours sent to our door. We need to be able, if we're a manufacturing or a service company, to have those impact on our business. But it starts with marketing, it starts with sales, customer service, and then operations will follow up. So align your operations together, use AI to be more efficient, to be more proactive, and obviously it's going to have a good ROI on your business. Thank you. I'm Simon. I went an overview on those AI tools, but you can pass by our booth, Hall 17, Canadian Pavilion. We have a small booth where we're going to showcase some AI tools. We can show you how the prospecting agent works, customer service work, with different use case. So everything that I showed here, we can show it to your booth. Thank you.
Simon, thank you very much. Hall 17, if you want to learn about AI and how it's revolutionizing RevOps. Thank you, Simon.
Thanks, man. Merci.
So at 12:30, I'll be up here on stage with my buddy Dennis Dussin, and we're going to learn about Alps welding, about partnerships, and about doing business in York region. I know, like physically he is there right now.
Oh, you what? Okay, good.
This is booth is gone.
That's why I was trying to get this out.
Oh, no, yeah.
Let's fill some chairs. We get some good photos.
There's no pouring. Exactly. So let's get another one.
That's not a good one, I don't think.
You put it under.
Way safer. Yeah.
I brought this car. I'll part my glasses. I don't look so old.
Great panel. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, we'll talk some more after that.
All right, well, welcome everybody, and thank you very much to NGen and York Region for introducing or for organizing the panel today, and for giving me the opportunity to briefly participate in this. So on behalf of York Region and Richmond Hill, I'd like to thank everybody for joining us here today. York Region is immediately north of the city of Toronto, and I'd like to welcome everybody to know that. The region is growing faster than the national average, and it's projected to increase to 1.7 million people by 2041. Approximately 70% of those is expected to occur in the region's southernmost municipality, including my home of Richmond Hill. There's a diverse range of industry expertise across York Region, and York Region is one of the largest clusters of business-related information, communications, technology, life sciences, and financial services, as well as the third largest manufacturing sector in Ontario and the fifth largest in Canada. So our local talent is one of our greatest strengths in York Region. And in Richmond Hill, we are fortunate to be home to Canada's most educated workforce, with 79% of our working age residents holding a post-secondary education. This skilled workforce is one of the factors that attracts innovative companies to our area. Our manufacturing sectors, our strengths include industries such as auto parts, metal products, plastics and rubber products, electronics, food and beverage products as well. And in fact, York Region is Canada's largest independent auto parts and electronics manufacturing cluster. As home to about 2,900 exporters of goods and services valued at about $14.6 billion in 2023, the region is a very important contributor to Ontario's GDP. So across the region, there are many examples of business support services to ensure successful startups and growth regardless of the industry. These services work with municipal, provincial, and federal resources to provide innovative entrepreneur support to companies. In Richmond Hill, we are committed to supporting entrepreneurship and innovation, and this includes our commitment to ongoing engagement with local businesses to support growth and address challenges, supporting innovation through our Centre for Local Innovation and Collaboration, known as CLIC, and our Small Business Enterprise Center that actively supports entrepreneurs and small business. And I'm proud to say that this past year alone, we've helped hundreds of businesses to start, expand, and grow in Richmond Hill. Local companies, municipalities, and cities are really important to partner with small and medium-sized enterprises, and I'm sure that you will learn more about these opportunities today. So thank you very much, and over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mayor West. So York Region is also home to the global headquarters of companies like Magna, Martin Rea, Multimatic, and Alps Welding. Dennis Dussin of Alps Welding.
Hi.
Welcome.
That's working. Hey, thank you. Thanks
Yeah.
very much. And thanks for the opportunity to speak here. This is great.
Yeah, tell us
really
a bit
exciting.
about yourself and a bit about Alps Welding.
So we're not Magna or Multimatic. We are an SME located in Vaughan, Ontario. We are a pressure vessel manufacturer. We're a metal fabricator, so we make pressure vessels, heat exchangers, piping systems, a lot of the industrial process equipment that is used in the energy industry. So it's oil and gas, a little bit of nuclear. But also mining and steel making. So anybody that's got a custom chemical process is buying the kinds of equipment that we built. So we've been in business 50 years. We've been in the city of Vaughan for all of that time. And we sell equipment a lot in North America. Canada and US are by far our biggest markets, but we ship equipment globally as well. And over 50 years, we've shipped to most parts of the globe at one time or another.
So tell us a bit about your experiences working locally in the GTYA, working throughout Ontario, working with different provinces in Canada, working in the United States, and working in the EU.
Yeah, I would say, when it's a family business, my parents started the business, and when they started the business, it was really a service company doing, on-site welding and fabrication at local plants in and around the Toronto area. But as we grew the business, we found many opportunities to work, farther and farther afield. So, we build equipment, a lot of equipment that goes into the oil sands in Alberta, and we kind of grown the business, selling to different provinces, and expanding our reach across the country. And at some point, we expanded into the United States, and a lot of that is in oil and gas, but that turned into ethanol, turned into geothermal, so a lot of other industries all through the U.S. And so our experience has been that, a lot of small companies maybe don't do a lot of exporting and maybe focus a little too much on their market at home, but we found many opportunities to work outside of our geography. And we are shipping very big equipment, very heavy equipment, and we're still competitive shipping that equipment across the continent. We have had some opportunities to ship internationally. So we did a really big oil and gas project for an American company, but the project was in Kazakhstan. And we shipped thousands of parts to Chevron in Kazakhstan, for example. So there's a lot of opportunities for us to ship outbound. there's also a big opportunity, and one of the reasons we're here, to work with European companies that are doing work in North America. So we've had some excellent experiences where we've partnered with an Italian company or a Dutch company that have a technology or a process that they've developed and that they sell, and they're executing a project in Canada or in the United States, and they're looking for a manufacturing partner in North America. So we've done that successfully as well, where we've done some fabrication, but we've done a lot of assembly, staging, project management, a lot of that kind of work I'll call it domestically, but within North America for European companies. And we think there's a huge opportunity for us to do more of that, and for companies in our region to do more of that.
And what advice would you have for a smaller company that's looking to start expanding their market reach, whether it's within Canada, whether it's in the United States, or whether it's doing business with European companies in Europe or in Canada or in the US?
Yeah, I think the advice is that I would give is we tend to sell ourselves pretty short. If you've got an excellent small machine shop in York Region and you're selling to the automotive industry, you kind of see the world through that lens. And but I would say, you might have one of the best machine shops in the world, right? And I think if you start to look further afield, you'll see that there are a lot of opportunities outside of your usual market. And I think maybe as Canadians or as SMEs, we maybe keep a lower profile than we should, and we think, well, this is our world that we live in. Like in York Region, in Southern Ontario, I would say, I think we have this manufacturing cluster that is world class. And when we've gone to compete with companies in Alberta, or we've gone to compete with companies in Oklahoma or Louisiana or Texas, we find that we are, more than able to compete. And, we really have some world-class manufacturing in our region. I think like our focus on, quality, our focus on customer service, like those are real assets. And I think small companies, when they get out to places like this, they'll find that they have something really valuable that they can sell, and they're maybe not seeing that when they're in their home market all the time.
Yeah, and I think it's important to remember that the Toronto area, York Region, the Southern Ontario in general probably has one of the most diverse manufacturing ecosystems in the world. Toronto is one of only 2 cities in North America with full-scale vehicle and full-scale aircraft assembly. It's certainly, if you extend that region out to Hamilton, it's the only one with full-scale vehicle assembly, aircraft assembly, and integrated steelmaking. Yep. And if you add to that, our friends over in Brampton at MDA making space robotics, Sanofi in Toronto doing biopharma, and a number of smaller emerging biopharma companies. And I mean, there's just so much to say about the entire ecosystem in the GTA. In addition to companies who are actually manufacturing, how does a company like Alps Welding benefit from other partnerships, other collaborations, whether it's with university, government, colleges in the area?
Yeah, I would. So first, I would add a couple things to your list. I would add energy as one. We build a lot of equipment for oil and gas and hydrogen, and when we're in, say, the Alberta market or the Texas market, companies will say, oh, we didn't know there were all these energy industry supply chain members in Ontario. But, Ontario has been in oil and gas and Sarnia, for example, for forever. And so there's this knowledge around the energy industry that we have. The other one I would add related is nuclear. Southern Ontario is a world leader in nuclear technology. One of the few places in the world where we have those capabilities. So I think those are 2 other big ones to add, and those are kind of industries of the future when we talk about alternative energy and nuclear and some of those developments. So I agree with you. We have this broad range of experience, and I think where that comes in useful, you talk about partnerships, is we're a small company. We do fitting and welding of pressure vessels. That's kind of our core strength. But we also need, for example, machining. And in our ecosystem, we've got all these machine shops that, maybe they're trained from the automotive industry, and there's that part of the ecosystem. We need coatings, we need, electrical work, we need structural fabrication. And so there's this ecosystem of all of these companies that have all of these different skills because of some of the industries that you named. And so we can always find a partner to work with us on something that's maybe a little bit out of our scope, or does a little more value added to a customer. And we see that when we have visitors from other parts of the world. We have a lot of customers in kind of Oklahoma, Louisiana, and kind of Gulf states. They come to Toronto and they're blown away by the industrial capacity and development in the area. They're used to having to go, 2 hours, 3 hours away to find a machine shop or a painting shop. And we've got all of these industries that as you've said, all really close together. So there is this really interesting ecosystem. The other thing I think we have is a real entrepreneurial spirit, because we have a lot of these SMEs, a lot of owner-managed businesses, a lot of family businesses, and so there's this entrepreneurial nature where people are saying, well, we don't do that, but we could do that. We can learn how to do that. We can find a partner to be able to do that. So I think there's a lot of that opportunity to find those partnerships.
The universities and colleges in the region are top-notch, whether it's York, Waterloo, McMaster, TMU, Toronto, Western. What's your experience been working on the university side or working on the college side?
Yeah, that's a great question. We have, because of all the industries that we've talked about, we have this education system and education network training people in all of these skills. So, I think it was said we have the highest skilled workforce in the world, or certainly within Canada, because of all those educational institutions. As a small company, we're 65 people. We're not hiring a ton of people every year to really draw a lot from those educational institutions, but we do benefit from them. In that a lot of the people that we have working for us have been trained at those colleges and then learned on the job. I'd like to see more integration between industry and educational institutions. I think there's a lot of opportunity there, especially as there's the transition, these inflection points like we have now in energy. Even automotive has changed. We have nuclear emerging. I think there's a big opportunity for industry to get more involved with education systems. But there's no question we have a really dense network of schools and education institutes all through Southern Ontario and Golden Horseshoe. And I was talking to another manufacturer a while back who they have manufacturing facilities in the United States, and they really struggle with staffing and training and retention. And their manufacturing facility in Southern Ontario, I'm not going to say they have no problem, but the skill level is significantly higher, and the pool that they can draw from is significantly higher because of a lot of that network of institutions.
So, as our panel wraps up, your real work for the rest of the week begins. What are you looking to get out of Hannover Messe? Why are you here? What are you looking to do? What are you looking to gain? What are you looking to impart?
So our business has been, really focused on North America. We've had many international opportunities, but it's always been kind of a small part of our business. The bulk of our business has been really North American focused. It's really been split about 50-50, Canada and the US, for the last 10 years or so. And that has been great. And, we were growing our business in the United States. That dynamic obviously is changing. Trade barriers and tariffs, we're not really sure what's going to happen there. So it's really hit home to us that we think we're diversified because we sell in all the provinces of Canada and all across the United States and a little bit internationally, but we're really not diversified enough. And so what we're here to do is to really look at other opportunities that we haven't come across, that we haven't considered yet. Really what we want to do is meet with European companies that have intellectual property and designs and technology that they are selling in North America. And we're looking to partner with some European companies to be their North American manufacturing partner or support. So we build, there's a whole building over here of compressor companies, right? And we build air receivers and tanks and vessels, and we do assembly for compressor companies. I think there's a huge opportunity there. But every building, I've only been here for a few hours this morning, but every building I've gone in, I've seen companies like, hey, we could help you with that if you're doing that in North America. So that's our main focus here.
When Hanover wraps up, we hope it never will, but it's probably going to at the end of this week. You get home, what are you looking forward to for the rest of 2025?
Well, I've been joking with everybody that I really only care about what happens on Wednesday with the tariffs, because it's April 2nd. So I'm really, it's hard to see beyond that because there's so much uncertainty right now. And so I guess what I'm looking forward to is having some of that uncertainty resolved, which hopefully it will be. I suspect it won't be, but we hope. I think what I'm looking forward to is, like I mentioned, an inflection point. I think this is an inflection point for Canadian manufacturers to say, the world that we've kind of grown up in and sold in is changing. And I think there's a real opportunity this year for Canada and Canadian industry to really look beyond the traditional North American market. I think it's really great timing. It's really fortuitous that Canada is the partner country for this fair. I think this is like could be a coming of age moment for Canada, where we say like, where do we want to be in industry 10, 20 years from now? So what I'm looking forward to this year is maybe changing the conversation a little bit and saying like, what opportunities are there for Canadian business in the world? So I think it's a scary time, an uncertain time, but also like a time of opportunity too. And we have to approach it with optimism, and we have to be proactive and not just reactive. So that's what I'm looking forward to, some exciting things too.
Great. And I'm looking forward to the great lineup we have on this stage for the rest of the afternoon. We've got FAMIC, we've got Explore AI, we've got Acerta, we've got C2MI, and we've got a whole panel hosted by NGen about IT. I'm also looking forward to hearing more from Dennis next week on the York Region Trade and Tariff Impact podcast series. Stay tuned. It's going to be good. Dennis, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's really been a pleasure. I'm excited about the show. Thanks for giving me the opportunity to speak. Thanks, everyone.
Did I hit all of the messages?
How are you?
Great. Brendan Sweet. Nice to see you. I'll catch up and then. Yeah. And then I think Rob
Keep
is.
my water here.
Okay. Sounds good.
There's no place to put it.
Here, I can move some of the. We just move this stuff around.
That doesn't matter. I just maybe need this little bit to the back.
Yep. I got it.
I guess he forgot his bag here.
I see.
And I'll need some remote control. I'll need some remote control.
Yep. He'll bring it out. You have slides?
He's got them inside.
Give me a few minutes.
Yeah. I'll wait for you. I'm ready.
You don't have to close it. It's off anyway.
Okay, you will hear it anyway.
I start when I see that you are starting with your presentation, then I switch to the microphone.
Okay, thank you.
Just want to make sure I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Yes.
Charbel Nasser?
Nasser.
Nasser.
Right.
Okay. And President CEO. Anything special you want me to touch on, or?
President of Family Technologies. We will be celebrating 40 years of operations next year.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
40 years? Okay. All right.
I will do the remaining.
I'll leave it to you.
Make it simpler to you.
Okay.
All right.
So we're close. Okay, I'll get started.
Good afternoon, and I hope everybody's enjoying the show. I'd like to take a moment here to introduce the next presentation. Before I even get into this, I wanted to say this is a presentation from FAMIC Technologies. We have Charbel Nasser, President and CEO, will be sharing some time with us. I just want to say Charbel is, and FAMIC is celebrating 40 years next year of operations. So congratulations on that. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, sir. So, thank you for this introduction. Indeed, we will be celebrating our 40 years next year. We started the company as from a research and development environment in the universities, and our objective initially was really to provide good environment for students doing their work terms, you know, in engineering and software development. Back at the time, it was mostly systems oriented towards like commercial applications and no engineering in it. Today we are about 150 engineers and software developers. Our headquarters is in Montreal, but we have offices in Germany, based in Mannheim. We have offices in India also. It's part of our expansion globally. Since the beginning, we have been involved in the development of many kinds of systems, starting from mission-critical systems, distributed systems, control systems, you name it. And we worked also on the commercial, not commercial, administrative side, I would say, of those systems. So it gave us a good overview of all the challenges and all the requirements of all these technologies to be developed. And today I will be presenting you our experience that we try to federate into software tools to offer solutions to the market to increase productivity. So throughout our experience, we have found that every single customer is looking to increase the productivity, to reduce, the pointer doesn't work here. To reduce production cost and to reduce time to market. But all of them share the same challenges. They have different work tools, discontinuity in the work processes, many activities needs to be reworked out and so on. And I will elaborate in the next slide, why these challenges are being faced by our customers or the industry in general, so that you can have a good idea about the solutions we put together for that. Around a machine or a factory, you will see many people involved. If you start from the beginning, like designing the machine or the factory, you want to put in it, you have people to do, sorry, I'm not used to it still. Do you see the pointer? No. Doesn't go. Okay. So you see people in the system design and the validation, documentation, training, commissioning, sales, after sales, and so on. When you put your machine or your factory into operation, then you will deal with the follow-up with it, the monitoring, the performance is victim, the maintenance, inspection, and so on. And building a machine today, depending on its size, it can be, simple in one office or could be distributed geographically worldwide. So you could have pieces being developed or designed in many in many countries even, and all those people, like, they are linked together through communication links, trying to federate or integrate all those systems into one machine to hand to a customer. So it adds another level of complexity, especially in the integration of the machine. Doing the design or the monitoring or whatever require tools, and many of the tools that you see in the industry today, they are very specialized. So you can do a job, or you can use a tool to solve a problem, but that tool may not be good for other activities. So you have tools for CAD, for validation, for simulation, for technical publication, for training, and so on. The list is really very long. Sorry. So this long list, comes also with some drawbacks. You have very little compatibility, and it comes to the time when you integrate all those systems together that you have to deal with it. You have to build the bridges to allow the flow of information from one system to the other. Sometimes when you have geographical offices distributed remotely, you need also to deal with different work processes. Some of them may be up to date, some others not. So there is really no recuperation of work from one activity to the other one, which drives the cost very, very high. When you design a machine, you have two different ways of doing mostly. You have the designer way. People, they know what they want to design. They rely on their experiences. They are good in it. They do the design. Then they start like from assembling generic components for the systems. Then choose the manufacturers. If they find the equipment, then it's fine. If not, they will build it. They test and so on. They adjust as required. And on the other side, you have the integrator way. The integrator way is what we see really when you have a factory or machine already built and you want to modify it, you want to improve it. You want to improve or lower the cost or reduce the cost of energy consumption and so on with the new components. So you're just dealing with replacing parts, improving the machine and so on. But in either ways, it's always top-down approach. You go from the system to the functions to the components. But the most important elements in this schema here is really the components. So if you choose well your components, then it makes your life more or less easier in the functions and then in the system. And that is really a critical part in it. The design concept is generally very straightforward. Today, we start designing a schematic. We have people doing simulation. Usually we simulate the part of it because simulating all of it, it might become almost impossible depending on the size of the system. We build a physical prototype. We test, go back to the design, rebuild or adjust the prototype. Usually we do this operation 3 times and then we get to production. And this has a lot of cost. When it comes to the selection of components, users or designers rely on components from manufacturers, rely on catalogs doing the selection of those components. They rely on technical specifications with part numbers, dimensions, and so on. And they also have simulation models, performance curves, and pricing and business rules, and so on. But when it comes to simulation models, this is reserved really to very specialized people because not everybody has the knowledge or the ability to work with it. The performance given by the manufacturers is in terms of performance curves. And when the models are provided to the specialized people, they are in concordance with the curves. They show that the curves really behave as in the model. But the use of it requires really programming skills. When the OEMs and the designers receive the components, they also test. They want to see if the models really fit or correspond to the manufacturer performance curves to assess the behavior and so on. And the tests, could take, in some cases, long time. It could be weeks, months, sometimes even years, just to make sure that the guarantees they offer with the machines are okay. And if we look at the population of users around a machine or a factory, let's say we take 100 users. The majority of the users are really in the sales, after sales, technical publication, training. Underneath that category, you have a smaller teams for prototyping, testing, designing, and application type. And at the bottom of this reversed pyramid shape, you have the simulation people. And our experience shows that not more than 2% out of the 100 people, they do simulation. But everybody in this pyramid could benefit of this simulation, but it's just not at the reach. So how can we make it happen? We touched base a little bit on the simulation before. If you want to make it available to the broader percentage of the users, so what type do we give them? Do we give them performance curves? Do we give them mathematical models, hybrid models, kinematic simulation, dynamic simulation? There is really a lot of choices there. Sorry, so based on that, we tried to develop something that suits the needs of all the users around a machine. We targeted really broad objective. We wanted to cover all the technologies in a machine. We wanted to cover the design part, the simulation part. We wanted to also offer a solution to provide good collaboration about all these people. So we have Automation Studio, unique concept worldwide that allows all the users, all the designers around the machine to design whatever technology they are involved in, and it is a trade-oriented. So you do not have to adapt to the software. The software adapts really to the profile of the user depending on what the user is doing. So we can start with the trade-oriented system design, whatever you're designing, let's say electrical, the software will adapt to you. You have simulation engine to simulate it, and this is the same for all technologies. And you have a documentation environment to link all these technologies together so that you can have a complete view of the machine. For the design, it's straightforward. Whether it's the designer approach or the integrator approach, the software will allow you to do your design and simulate it. You can simulate functions, or you can simulate the entire system together. Your components in your design are matched with the manufacturers in your domain. The idea here is really to bring one physical prototype so that you can go to production, removing the need of having two additional physical prototypes. We aim with that at really slashing the time by half of going from the concept to the machine. Once you have your schematics in Automation Studio, this is your virtual machine, so this is your digital twin. You can use it for training, for maintenance, for technical publications, for sales, at zero additional cost. And no other software can give you that today. We touched base on the components from manufacturers. We create manufacturers' catalogs. Every component in the manufacturer provides complete information, but the most important part in Automation Studio is that it gives you the mathematical modeling, the behavior of your component, so when you use it in the system, it behaves, as it's expected and defined by the manufacturer. We have agreements with over 60 manufacturers worldwide. All the people on this slide, they gave us authorization to use their names. We do not use any logo without authorization. The concept we have proposed, the end users believe in it, the OEMs and special machine makers also, as well as the manufacturers of equipment. I have in the next slide video to show you a little bit the operation of Automation Studio. But our booth is just behind so that we can give you a much better presentation. So as you see on the left here, we address the various activities in a machine life cycle, starting with the system design, which is done according to the international standards. So once your design is completed, you just go to simulation and it's showing you the behavior. You have screens to configure the components, like if you wish to adjust anything, and live you can interact with it. See how it's behaving? Every single parameter in the system can be shown and can be adjusted by the user, and the data can be logged so that it can be analyzed later on. So you can test here if the system corresponds to the performances that you are really looking for. You have all the tools to do the analysis, to change component, to see if certain parameters would affect the energy consumption or other criteria. And then you can go to any manufacturer you want. You have all the choice you want to have, and it's all online. You can search in it. You can have search criteria by using multiple technical parameters, commercial parameters, and others. Once you're done, if your system is in operation, then you can do your maintenance troubleshooting with it. This is very important, especially when you have machines working in difficult in areas with difficult access. Like imagine you have a machine in an underground mining. If it goes defective, then you have to wait till maybe 1, 2, 3 days to send specialized people first to be able to troubleshoot. All your project documentation is generated automatically with a single touch of a button. And it can be generated in the language you want. There is no duplication of schematics. It's just one single set of documentation to be sure that there is integrity in the information. If you work in different areas in the world, then you can send the documentation very quickly in the way you want. A complete bill of material with precise part numbering and pricing is also available. And you can have it in the format really you want. If you are doing technical publication, same thing. It's just by switching standards and templates applicable, then you can illustrate the phenomena you want in your system, and no need to go from Automation Studio to other tools really to be able to do that. Okay? And your training can be done really from the phenomena level to the component level to the function to the system. You just need to connect the man-machine interface to the system, and then you turn it to a virtual factory that you can use to train maintenance people without affecting the operation, without stopping your machine. Maybe I can move to the next slide. To complement Automation Studio, we have created also Andon Studio that gives you a precise idea in real time about the operation of your machines. So you can follow the production. If any problem happens, then you can, from Andon Studio, go to Automation Studio, see where is the problem and how to fix it directly. This slide here gives you a good idea of what you can see out of your system. I just put there like 6 screens, but you can put the 20 if you wish. And each screen can give you a specific view of your system, real time, and so on. So this is what we wanted to show you, gentlemen. We have complete demos here. And with that, I thank you very much for your time. If there are any questions.
Great job, Charbel. Very interesting technology, for sure. Thank you for sharing. Before we wrap up, any questions?
No, then it was clear.
Great.
Thank you.
Enjoy the show. Very
Thank you,
nice
sir.
to meet you.
They'll take care of that one. Great job. I have to ask you, Charbel.
at 10 this morning.
Yeah, I think we've
And
got.
I've been moved to 2:30, I believe.
Hey, John.
Okay, good.
You're going to be at our
Okay, that's fine.
presentation.
So it's going to be here? Okay, great. Hello, Brendan. Are you with the NGen or?
For the week, I am.
Oh, you have the week, hello. Enchanté.
C'est l'ami de chez Explorer.
Ok, parfait. Ah, ben, excellent. Vous avez, ok, c'est quoi votre well?
C'est le sujet de notre présentation. En fond, c'est un projet qu'on a développé en partenariat. Ça peut être en parler, là.
Vous passez bientôt. Excellent. Je vais passer un peu après vous autres. Ok, sorry.
Okay. That's also. Okay.
Asserta Analytics. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay.
They're on the way.
Linamar.
Les embarqués en Abitibi, Explorer, ont des bureaux à Montréal, Québec et à Chicago.
Donc, je vais entendre la présentation. En gros, ça peut faire un petit peu. Faites-moi, je ne connais pas.
Oui, enfin, on connaît ces deux.
Oui, oui, c'est ça, c'est excellent, oui.
On aide nos clients à adopter l'intelligence artificielle et l'algorithmie. Donc, c'est de la mettre en pratique, de la mettre dans des cas concrets d'usage, pas juste faire des concepts.
Mais là, je vais te poser une question. Je veux pas que tu tombes là-dedans. Est-ce que vous êtes en compétition avec nous?
Absolument, oui, c'est parfait. C'est notre compétiteur principal.
OK, parfait.
Parce que les autres joueurs ont qu'à leur bien parce que justement, on a nos créneaux, mais vous allez direct sur ce moment.
OK, parfait. C'est bon.
Alors, on le fait de façon différente. C'est ça qu'on va présenter.
Ah oui, c'est parfait. On peut essayer ça.
Hi, Nicole.
Hi, how's it going?
Great. Hey, you're here.
Yes, I'm gonna mute it. But we'll try to live.
Want to get rolling? Where are you going to be just up on? I'll get in your camera for you.
I was going to start. Need Face ID. Oui, quand j'appuie là-dessus, ça va passer à ma diapositive directement.
I hope so.
Et tiens, vous allez vous filmer? Ah, ça c'est bon, c'est pas fou. Je vais juste partir ça ici. Want us to be there already?
What do you think is going to look better?
All right.
Yeah, okay. Okay, welcome everyone. Welcome back to Hall 7. We have with us from Montreal and from Abitibi, we're going to hear about a collaboration called Weld Ally, partnership between Metal Marquee and Explore AI. You can learn more, you can see more in Hall 17. Thanks. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here in Hall 7 with smart manufacturing. We came all the way from Hall 17, where we present, already on this slide. Yes, where we present Weld Ally. Weld Ally is a partnership between Metal Marquee and Explore AI. We make welding more accessible, easier to put in place in challenging environment. But before we get into this, I would love for Jeff to introduce himself. I believe this was supposed to be a bit later in the presentation. We'll talk about these points. Supply chain optimization, automation, quality control, and remote operations. Why does it matter? Why does AI help on this front? Metal Marquee.
Yeah, so a little bit for Metal Marquee. We are in businesses for 45 years. We have 125 employees. We specialize in custom engineering, custom repair, and custom fabrication, mainly of oversized equipment. And we're known for our turnkey project where we value our in-house engineering, welding, and machining department. We also have mechanics and painting department. We prioritize innovative and high-quality product. Our vision is to become the leader in metallurgic transformation in Quebec.
And we are Explore AI. Some will call us Explore, we don't mind. We're actually approaching 40 specialists, not only AI, but only back-end and front-end developers. Why? Because the clients that we serve, they don't want just to have AI in the ether. They want it to be usable. What we produce is actually a tool that they can use in their operations, that is directly in their production. So to do that, we have specialists in data science, artificial intelligence, but also software design. And it's been 5 years that we're doing this, and it's been quite the rocket trajectory. We've been accompanying, we've been with 120 clients so far, and with Metal Marqué, it's been really exciting to work on this challenge. As you'll see, it touches on an expertise that they've developed for 45 years, and we're bringing new breath to that industry. Before getting in depth on this specific project, I want to tell you about what we do in general. Because, of course, we work with the welding industry, with the mining industry, but we also do so in other industries. And our approach is always the same thing. We invite our clients and all our collaborators to start with these steps to get further in the technology. How do you approach innovation? How do you approach dealing with AI? There's a lot of hype around AI, so how do you make it to a stage where you can put it in production? Well, you start with playing around, toying around. Initiation is getting to know what it can do, but superficially. So you get some sense of what is the impact. But then when you get into exploration, that's the fun part, because what you want is to see, can I break this? Am I able to see the limit of it? And then eventually, you're comfortable with the technology that you've proven that works in different scenarios. You want to implement it to finally put it in production so that you can learn continuously on it. What does it mean to learn continuously? It means that when we launch a project, we make sure that it works on most of the cases. We apply the Pareto law, so 80% of the case, we want to meet them. And as we put it in production and the user start to leverage the new tool, then we'll learn from their usage, and the tool becomes better and better. So that's why AI is a fun tool to play with, even in as we'll see, in dangerous situation or in very complex situation, because it will learn from those. 2 use cases that I want to bring up, not only in manufacturing, we'll deal with anything that is unstructured. I'm curious to hear, anybody knows what I mean by unstructured data? Unstructured, anything that you can feel with your body. Sound, eyes, you can see a picture, you can read text, you can maybe taste something. This is what AI is really good at interpreting. Structured data is an Excel sheet, something that has rows and columns. It's very structured. You know that in this cell, you will find this specific information. So you get from unstructured to structured. How do you get from email to database? Or how do you get from engineering drawing to database? That's what AI is really good at doing. And of course, what we've applied it to is supply chain. Essentially, why we bring it up here in this specific context is because we have this case that we see again and again where people will be taking in data that comes from database. So cool, it's structured, or paper, or PDF, or images. How do you bring all this together? You want to have AI to collect it initially, process it, and sometimes just simple math will do the trick. And then provide the information, sometimes in verbal form or in text form. So in order to deal with information, you want to use this kind of use case. But also in quality control. Quality control is something that a lot of people are interested here at this event. Why? Because we want to be able to inspect. You want to be able to inspect on the production chain if what you've done meets the quality criteria. If what you've done is what the machine was supposed to do. And those criteria will vary depending on the industry or the company. So we will meet those criteria, but first we need to detect it. So detection would be recognizing, inspection would be to identify a flaw, prevent. We're talking about predictive maintenance as opposed to preventive maintenance. And that is for those industries that have quite a bit of data, that now you can say, well, I have 10 years of data on machines that have not always well performed, and then we can learn from it. quickly, those are some ideas of what we've done with some of our clients. Detection and inspection, I just mentioned it. Generation and creation, you've probably all used ChatGPT by now. So you've generated text, you've maybe generated images. You might have used it to synthesize information, large amount of document that you wanted to interact with, either asking questions or to be able to summarize the information. Well, this falls into this category. But then if you want to predict and optimize, it's not always about predictive maintenance. It could be, well, I have seasonality in my sales pipeline. Every August, there's this high demand. Every November, there's a fall in the price of this product that I really need, but a bit later. If you know this information, you can be strategic about it. So prediction and optimization falls there. You might have heard about, I forget the word in English, ordonnancement. It's scheduling. So scheduling, you'll want to put the right resource, the right specialty at the right time, because you have a flow of orders all the time. And then you have this employee who was supposed to work on this machine to produce this item, but he's sick. And he's the only one who can run this machine today because the other guy is on vacation. When you have a problem with constraints and you need to deal with, I want to make sure that I output as many product as I can today, you want to be able to react quickly. That guy who is sick, well, it's all right. There's another guy who can come in, but he'll have to operate another machine. So you want to have scenarios. You want to be able to optimize your production and quickly react to unforeseen events. So that's the category you fall into. And finally, communication and assist. Well, I feel like this one is now very well understood. If you've got text, verbal communication, we see more and more specialists in the healthcare industry to want to take notes with their voice, or specialists in the business industry who are having sales meeting all the time, and they can't keep up with all the information that is brought and transfer it to their technical team. Well, people use tools like this, including ChatGPT. It does fall also in this category. And now it's Jeffrey's turn.
Thank you, Remy, for the great resume of where AI can bring us. Now a little bit more about the Weld Ally specifically. The project came from the harsh reality of the welding environment. There's a labor shortage of good quality welder, which bring market pressure, rising costs, and a declining in experience level, which bring a continuity threat to our services. So now how do we react? We need a strategic solution to be able to digitalize our expertise and our know-how to be able to bring new employee to the match. So the robotic welding is able to answer most of those questions, but we've used the on-the-shelf solution, and they're not adapted to our reality. Like I said before, we do custom part or repair, so we want to bring the robotic welding in those fields.
If I can, before you switch the slide, it's been less than a day that we are at Hannover, and we've already seen that, we've already heard from 5 different people that their biggest problem is people retiring and finding people to meet in their labor shortage. So those are one of the ways to meet them.
Yep. And so what's the business vision? First of all, the first step is to enhance our services through the development of new technology. Then we can provide a scalable solution to this field, and then eventually diversify our earnings by offering a new solution instead of just the welding services. The solution by itself, it's a user interface with a controller that integrates a scanner and a welder and a robotic arm. So how do you use it? First of all, we have a different base to be able to bring the robot directly to the part or the zone that you need to weld. Then you need to scan the part. Then you need to, with the user interface, to select which zone you want to weld, and you specify the material that is your welding. So then the algorithm can select the optimized welding procedure and generate all the path that you're going to weld in under 5 minutes. So in resume, the solution needs to be user-friendly. It needs to be really quick to be able to deploy. and mobile and adaptive to the reality of the part. Because usually you need to program by a perfect 3D CAD or by teaching with the robot. But now with the step file and the CAD, you can adapt your every single part of your weld to the reality of the part.
Because one thing that is important to mention is that Metal Marquis is specializing in custom welding. It's always different tasks to do because it's mostly repair, correct?
Yep. Mostly repair or custom fabrication, so you don't have the opportunity to use your programmation over and over again, so it's hard to capitalize on that time. Once you've done it for a part, you're done. So the ability to be able to deploy the robot in under 15 minutes, including mobilizing it to the solution, is a game changer for PME and custom solution provider. And another assets we bring to the table is the ability to track every parameter of the weld to be able to offer quality assessment and then preventive maintenance measure, so you can be sure of the quality of the weld that's been done, and you can use those data to optimize your operation, because you're seeing your duty cycle, you're seeing when you're going to finish the job and how you can plan the next one easily. The impact on our client is, first of all, they always get the same quality result. You can have a real confidence on the product. There's new documentation, like you have the scan before and after the weld, so you can use that to feed your algorithm or to be able to track and to make sure that the weld is quality. Another critical game changer of this solution is to be able to distance the operator from the risk, from the fume of the welding or the non-ergonomic position, and the availability. It's bring new operator to the table, so you don't have to rely on an expert in programming or an expert in welding to be able to deploy the solution.
As Jeff said, one of the big elements is safety, because when it comes to welding, there are fumes that emanates from the very task that you're doing. And one particular dangerous aspect of this job is to operate in confined areas, and more so imagine an oven. They're going in a small place that is already preheated, roughly 300 to 500 Fahrenheit. So you're going in an oven with a heavy equipment. You're wearing all the safety equipment. You have a supervisor that is watching you to make sure that for how much at a time that can you weld?
It depends. If there's a preheat, we limit the exposure at around 15 minutes. So you 15. Need to have dual team to be able to alternate and to make sure that they're not...
So you can see how this specific use case has a very specific heavy component around safety. You want to make sure that you can do this kind of welding, but then how do you do it? And automation came as a solution not only to provide quality, but also to prevent harm and injury, because these scenarios are not only uncomfortable, they are risky. So the safety case in confined areas is one very strong element convincing Metal Marquis to produce this kind of solution. Not only the fact that it's a custom solution, every time you don't have the same welding pattern, not only is it the fact that you have long hours of welding. We're talking of hundreds, sometimes thousands.
Sometimes more than thousands to 2,000, depending on the size of the repair, yeah.
So we're talking of an amount of welding very, very large, and you want to maintain quality throughout those days of welding. So going through automation is one way to accomplish this.
Yes, and then you can improve your productivity also, so you can reduce the turnaround time for their clients, so there's another beneficial there. So how the business is going to be impacted by this? First of all, we want to go beyond being a service provider, so we're going to digitalize our know-how to be able to bring in the know-how in the company. Then by commercializing the solution, you're going to have recurring revenue, and then you can use that and that new technology to be able to improve your service to our client.
I thought it might be interesting to point at the image on the slide before. We could see. Can you get back to the one before?
Yeah.
This one and the scanner. You want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah. So this is an example of a repair that you have to make for an equipment. So you cannot use any predictive or on-the-shelf solution. You need to be able to adapt your flow and to be able to change your parameter depending on the orientation of the weld is key to be able to assure that you're going to have a quality weld. Then the scanning time, it's really negligible, and you can use it to be able to avoid collision for the part and to simulate every single path at the same time. So with one scan, when you have big weld, you can really increase your productivity.
And on that point, you were mentioning just earlier how having a scan done before and then after the welding, this digitizes essentially the piece that you are about to weld and that you have welded, and now you have a twin that you can learn from. And if you have enough of those scans, you can get to a point where you will want to do predictive maintenance. These type of pieces, do they wear and tear in the same way through time? Well, we can learn from that now that in the operation process, there's a scan being done.
Yeah, exactly. So the implementation timeline, the original idea to bring robotic in our services came in 2020. Then we tried the off-the-shelf solution. We saw the limitation and the lack of quality and constance and adaptability that it brings. So we identify our project scope, what will be an ideal solution that we want to use in-house. And then we've done a partnership with Explore AI, and since 1.5 years, we are doing the R&D. Now the solution is deployed in our services, in our shop. In the next 6 months, we want to deploy it on the field at our client's base directly to avoid the logistical nightmare to have to ship a 400-ton part. Then once we've completely tested the product and keep improving it, we want to be able to start commercialization in 2026.
I don't know if you picked up on that. 400 tons?
Yeah. Yeah, and so like we said, the biggest impact is on the labor shortage to be able to interest new candidates to the job of welding, because being able to put this in this century, to be able to have it, having the welder not directly exposed, not directly always in not ergonomic position, and to have it presenting it like a game so that you don't have to look for someone that needs to be a master in programming and in welding to deploy the solution. The market differentiation, like Remy said, to be able to generate all those data, but to capitalize on them in a preventive maintenance solution is the goal, and to be able to track every single weld so that if there is a failure, you need to know how, and is there any contributory factor that bring it on, and to be able to offer a solution that's scalable. So once you have the user interface and the controller, if you want to have multiple robots, it's not a problem. So you can move them. The solution is not in an enclosed area like conventional robotics, so you're not limited by the part that you want to do, and you can adapt and overcome. So that's pretty much it for the resume.
Do we have time for questions?
Yeah. Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thanks. So Well Ally, is it your product? Is it something that you're going to sell, or this is your product?
Yeah, the intellectual property is at Metal Marquise, and we want, like I said, in the next year, we're deploying the solution through our services to make it more, to make the client aware of the solution and to see the gain in productivity and quality. Because right now, the client doesn't use all those data. And even if you give them right now, they won't care. They won't know how to use them. So to be able to teach them in the first year how to use it properly and what it can bring to the table is the goal. And then in 2026, yeah, we want to sell the solution to other enterprise like us or any like a mining enterprise. They don't specialize in welding, but now that you have you're repairing a truck, your mechanic can just have to scan the truck. He put the robot on the side, he press start, it's welding while he's doing another job, so they can really reduce their reparation time.
Thank you all. This is it.
Thank you.
Remy, Jeff, thank you very much. Hall 17, if you want to learn more, up in a couple minutes. Acerta AI, Greta Kudelenko. See you all in a minute. So. Hey. Nice to see you. How you doing? Yeah. Good to see you. Do you know Rob of NGen? Rob Estrada?
Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Thanks for joining the panel with the RBC.
Oh, yeah. Not yet, I don't think, but I've also been traveling and it's Monday, so they might.
That's okay, I'll leave it to them.
Yeah, okay.
How do you want to do this? Is it just you? Is it slides?
So Martin's doing it with me, and we do have slides.
And they're...
Yeah, let's walk into the technical room.
Hey, Brendan Sweetie.
Martin.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Rob
Hello, Rob Estrada. Nice to meet you.
You're Linamar and not in Guelph, or are you in Guelph?
I am Linamar in Germany.
In Germany,
Yeah.
okay.
And
My mom lives in Guelph, so.
Oh, okay. So,
She doesn't work at Linamar, though.
I guess
She doesn't
so.
work anywhere. So.
Yeah, but if somebody lives in Guelph, he or she certainly has to do something with Linamar.
I'm Mario.
Hi, Brendan.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Hi, I'm Rob. Nice to meet you. I'm the student also.
We have one clicker. Do you want me to click? Yes. Okay. All right. Sounds good. I will click. You excited? We love this.
I met Angela earlier today in Hall 17 at your booth.
Okay.
It looks like you had a busy day, especially you, right?
Yeah.
You're running around from A to B to C.
Yeah. But it's good, you know. It's like you want to make as much out of this as possible in a way. Yeah. And like we do look at like other solutions providers, but like for us it's less about other solutions and it's more like if there's certain big companies we want to meet here and stuff. Yeah. But it's a great opportunity to just showcase somewhere. Yeah.
That's right.
I love how like everything is like nice and Linamar branded. It's fantastic.
That's how they equip you.
Yeah. I think Linda is here today as well. I heard.
She was today. She's now in one of our plants in Germany, but she will be back on Thursday. I think on Thursday there's some panel call with her.
Nice. Okay. I should look at that as well.
But I'm only here for the day. So.
Okay, so you're not coming back later in the week, okay? And Mario also is heading back out?
Mario is heading back with me as well, but there will be people from Linamar
Welcome back, everyone. Hall 7, at it again. All the way from Hall 17, all the way from Waterloo, via Hall 17, we've got Greta Kudelenko, Acerta Analytics Solutions. If you want to learn more about what Acerta does, listen to our podcast, Making It in Ontario. Last week, Greta came on, told us a bit about Acerta, and our friend Martin of Linamar, and they're going to tell you a bit about Linamar's collab with Acerta. Welcome.
Thanks, everyone. So today we'll talk about AI application in manufacturing, and especially how between ourselves and some of our AI solutions for quality, we're integrating with Linamar and supporting their journey of digitalization.
So, Linamar is a company that is not very known in Germany. Worldwide, we have something like 33,000 people employed. In Germany, 2,200. Linamar is a little bit diversified. Mainly, we are in the automotive sector, of course. Then we have, with our brand Skyjack, working platform. They are situated in Guelph in Canada. But, of course, you can purchase one here in Germany or in Europe as well. Just our booth is just around the corner, so you feel free to ask for it. Then we have our agriculture business, consisting of MacDon, Salford, and Bourgois. And then there's MedTech at Linamar as well. So next slide. This slide visualizes how we are situated across the globe. Of course, Linamar, as a Canadian company, has a majority of the plants in Canada. So we see 29 in Canada, a couple of in the United States and Mexico, all over Europe, India, and China. So including our sales and R&D network, we can say that we are active across the globe. Next slide. So coming back to the topic, AI and data evaluation. On this slide, we see our what we call digitization journey. So at Linamar, we understood early that data collection, uniform data collection, is something like a key point that we could benefit compared to our competitors, if we want to say so. So from today's point of view, these numbers apply when it comes to digitalization. So we have 75 plants in total across the world. And LMMS, our Linamar Manufacturing Monitoring System, is now connected to 5,615 data connection points, 4,000, something like 4,000 robots, RFID station, etc. pp. So next slide. Of course, LMMS, which was implemented in 2011, was sooner or later needed to be updated to LMES, Linamar Manufacturing Execution System. So the key difference between LMMS and LMES is basically that LMES provides a data line back to the machines. That means we do not only record PLC data, we can record as well in-process measurement data and such. And this is, of course, a big advantage when it comes to quality control, quality assurance. And, of course, this enables Acerta to directly to plug into our LMES system and do fancy things with our data.
Perfect. And so talking about Acerta and why this collaboration makes sense. So historically and to date, Acerta has been deployed across 12 countries and in over 300 production lines globally to help manufacturers leverage the growing amount of data that's starting to become available from production facilities. That includes the machines themselves, process data, test data, basically all of the digital information that's available about the products being produced, and really deploy a scalable solution that's able to integrate with digital platforms like LMES, as well as others, to aggregate all of that data in real time and process it continuously to drive impact in production. And already today, we're servicing and analyzing over 20 million events every single day continuously. So to date, and before starting the collaboration with Linamar, Acertus created a platform called Line Pulse, which leverages all of the data from production and applies AI and machine learning technology to create early indications of quality issues, identify areas of efficiency improvements, and really help impact manufacturing through the data to help increase throughput, decrease scrap, rework, and other quality-related issues, and really move the manufacturers in a direction where instead of leveraging just engineering opinions to make decisions, we can leverage data to make those decisions. So out of the box, we already provided certain capabilities, but through the last year and a half in collaboration with Linamar, we not only started to integrate out of the box with the Linamar system, but really are working with the engineers on the production floor to create impactful solutions that impact capability of the quality and process engineers on the line, whether it is to do root cause analysis automatically through the data or provide early indications of quality issues upstream across the supply chain, and especially since Linamar has also vertical supply chains within the organization, it creates a very powerful solution that we've then been collaborating and building up together.
So this basically shows the basic structure of LMES. We basically see that we have industrial machines like we have everywhere standing around in our plants. So CNC machines create data based on sensors, and what we call edge devices. Edge devices capture data. Edge devices means every end station where data is created, and this data is being integrated into LMES. LMES, based on automated process controls, can have a feedback line into the machine, and in parallel, we can feed this line into Line Pulse. You want to say something?
Yeah. So the one great element about the fact that we've been collaborating so closely together is we can, out of the box, integrate with both LMMS and LMES capabilities. So many manufacturers today experience challenges where, because of the diverse set of technologies being deployed across the whole manufacturing footprint, so just imagine 75 facilities across Linamar, if each had their own system, it creates a very tough situation to really have a consistent data strategy for the company. But because of the prudent decision in creating LMES and LMMS, there's a consistent strategy for leveraging data and getting digital information across the production floor at Linamar. In this collaboration, we've been able to, out of the box, integrate with the LMES system. That means any new location where Linamar activates and deploys LMES on a new line or an existing line, they can, out of the box, have access to the Line Pulse platform, where we can ingest data from across the assembly process, across the machining process, NVH data, basically any form of information about the product and what's impacting the production of the product. And then from that point, we create out-of-the-box machine learning and AI-driven analysis to help with quality resolution and quality prediction for production. And so where LMES directly integrates and automates some of the process, we then further, in collaboration with the process and line engineers, can leverage that to provide an additional layer of recommendations of how to optimize production within that production facility or a production line. And altogether, this creates a holistic solution and a strong digital strategy for Linamar as they put in place new production and optimize existing production across their footprint. So talking about the goals and what we aim to accomplish and what we've been able to show so far. So one of the major motivations for Linamar to implement this technology has been to accelerate and de-risk ramp of new production lines, especially in the EV space, where Linamar right now is doing a lot of work with e-axles and other new product lines that they're launching. And as everybody in the manufacturing sphere knows, ramping up new production is always, there's lots of issues that could go wrong that could delay your ramp up, delay production, and have really high quality issues right up front. And so today, one of our pilots that we've been running with Linamar is in the Camcor facility down in Guelph, where a new e-axle production line is being ramped up as we speak. And LinePulse is integrated with LMES directly into that line to support the program managers and the quality and process engineers to achieve ramp performance in just a fraction of the time and really de-risk those potential millions of dollars that are typically lost during a new line launch. But of course, new lines is just one of the areas where we're looking to drive impact. Existing lines are also quite present across Linamar. And so looking at existing production and driving efficiency improvements is another area we've been focusing a lot, where we can optimize things like scrap, increase throughput, reduce rework, and really improve the performance and the speed and save time for engineers that are running those lines. So from that perspective, we've already been working at the Spinnaker facility as an example with their team over the last half a year at this point, really leveraging our root cause capability and predictive capability to help them increase throughput by dealing with a really nasty issue that they've been facing in their decludge assembly. And so from that perspective, the solution is not just able to ramp up new lines, but also drive efficiency improvements in existing lines through data and really create capabilities that those engineers didn't have access to in the past. All in all, as we mentioned earlier, because of the architecture we're putting in place, the solution is extremely scalable. So already as part of this year's piloting, we're getting into 6 different production facilities without any extra custom integration work that would be required as those systems are going into place, which is really huge, especially as we think about getting the system out across over 75 facilities and new programs that Linamar plans to launch over its existence or in the future. And lastly, I think the big impact of this project has been really enabling the workforce across Linamar with AI. And specifically now as more optimization is being brought into manufacturing and a lot of turnover happens on the production floor, any solutions that can support the line engineers and the operators in making faster decisions and ramping up faster in terms of them being able to understand what's happening in production is really impactful. And so with Linamar, we're working hand in hand in helping the engineers learn these new technologies, but not from a perspective of becoming data scientists, but from a perspective of giving them AI capabilities through the lens of an engineer and more engineering-friendly solutions. So from that perspective, it's also been a major impact and a focus area for us as we've been collaborating together.
Yes, thank you. Couple of additional statements for Linamar. We, as a collaborator with Acerta, do of course see the need for deep data analysis. We at Linamar understand ourselves as a data-driven company. This goes in the end back to our founder, Mr. Frank Hasenfratz, who was often quoted with lines like, "You can't improve yourself if you don't measure." In this way, or slightly different, the exact quotation goes down in the rumors of history. But in the end, he's right. I mean, there's no superior argument in any discussion that you can have than pure data. And data connected with AI capabilities puts us in the driver's seat to have exciting challenges and opportunities to learn from our data and improve ourselves to be ahead of our opponents to the benefit of all customers and stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone, and happy to take questions.
Okay, Greta. Thank you very much. And Hall 17, if you want to learn more. So, thank you. We'll be back at 2:30. C2MI. Slides ready to go.
I guess so. I don't know. Is it they already there? I guess. Yeah, they should. Okay, they should.
They wrap up.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I using slides. My.
Hello. Hello. Okay. Good.
So you're the only person who's an expert?
Yes, I'm the only one. Yes, exactly. And I was supposed to be at 10 today, but it's been.
Oh, you're the one.
I'm the one. The chancellor.
All right.
Exactly.
The chancellor.
Exactly.
Uh,
My plan.
So we have no PowerPoint for you as far as I know.
You should have a PowerPoint.
Okay, first having is fun to see, but
you want to have it on my computer?
All right. Okay. So you want a headset or a handheld microphone?
Oh, the microphone is pretty fine.
Handheld.
Patrice, toi, il était là, il dit qu'elle a oublié de me voir.
So you're not separate.
Are you with NGen?
No, I'm with the Trillium Network.
Suburban on the team.
But I work closely with them. And I think as hi, Brendan.
Hi, Brendan.
Yeah, she's at UMI and she's our CEO.
Yeah, as we were getting closer and closer.
Like you're gonna do that. You were
Okay,
doing a great
fine.
job, by the way.
The I think they were already you're already gonna do it.
Okay. Good. Yeah, exactly. That's right. Okay. So you already have it. If I go forward, okay, okay, got it.
Bromont.
Romont. Yes, we're in where are you located on the question of your base? Okay, London. Yes, got it. Very nice. I mean, I don't think it. Yeah, that's life, I guess. Exactly. Yeah. Should be more.
Was different than that schedule.
Yes, exactly.
And that schedule was different than that schedule.
Oh, wow. Okay. Exactly. Too late for the opening ceremony. Our plane got delayed in Paris. So yeah, last night. A short night.
Opening ceremonies, it was pretty good.
Yeah, this is what I've been told. They all talking about that same thing happening in the US. I really want to work more together. Yes.
I don't remember him being so strong of an orator.
Because he's look technically.
And he was up and just
wow.
Oh.
Yeah.
Why weren't you the prime minister?
Exactly.
Anyway, well, maybe he could
maybe, but because he wasn't that good before. I mean, on the Atlantic.
He was impressive. He did 3 languages.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's great.
I don't think he did too much to it.
No, anyway. I was also this morning. Our prime minister from Quebec was there, so I just grabbed him. I said, I don't know him, but I mean, of course he doesn't know me as well. But I was quite proud to have him in my d'avoir personne de plus que vous connaissez tous les noms.
Je sais pas, tu sais, je me disais, je suis pas sûre qu'on va sortir de ce show-là avec plein de cartes d'affaires. Mais je pense qu'on est assez sur le spot à bien des endroits pour. C'est ça qui est important aussi des fois. Là.
Absolument.
Là, ça fait à chaque fois que je rencontre, ah, c'est toi, Marc-André, félicitations. Je suis comme, voyons. C'est comme, OK.
Moi, ce que je vais faire comme mission, je vais essayer de voir tous les gens dans le bout du Canada. Je vais tous les voir en parlant. C'est ma mission demain. Je vais aller leur parler. Dire qui on est. Je sais jamais de ce que ça peut donner. Là.
In 1 minute, it's Germany. We got to stay on.
No, that's
stay on schedule.
So, Brian, right?
Brendan.
Brendan. Sorry.
I've been called this.
No, that's fine. I'm sorry about that. Ah bah ouais, vas-y, en avant. Front bencher.
Oh. Okay, welcome back, Hall 7. So we have Marco Gauvin
Oh, you're good.
of C2MI, all the way from Bromont, Quebec.
That's
via
right.
Hall 17. If you
Yes.
want to learn more, Hall 17.
Oh, yes. I have some friends coming here.
There
Hey!
we go. And going to learn a bit more about printed electronics from Quebec's electronics manufacturing hub.
Exactly, yes.
Okay, take it away, Marco.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Good afternoon. So I know some people, this is great. Thank you, Alan. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you about C2MI today, but about additive copper printed circuit board. So I don't know if you know anything about printed electronics, but this is my talk today. So hopefully you're going to learn a little bit more after that. Okay? Good. So I'm going to do a small introduction about C2MI. This is where I work. After I'm going to talk to you about printed electronics overview. What is this? And after all the advantage and also challenges that we face with copper ink. And I'm going to compare, let's say, a standard PCB with, let's say, the way that we print on a flexible circuit. And I'm going to give you some example of potential application for this technology. So C2MI, so what are we? So we are here to develop and accelerate commercialization in microelectronics semiconductor industry. We are based, as you said, in Bromont. And you could see us, I guess in your mind, keep in mind microelectronics. This is what we do. So we are a unique model. We are a non-profit organization, and our goal is to bridge, let's say, the gap between university and big industry. So we do prototyping, and once again, in the TRL scale, we operate between, let's say, 3 and 7. So the goal, again, is to help companies to commercialize their product. So here's our offering. We have a lot of offerings. So the first one is MEMS, for micro electrical mechanical system. This is sensors. So in your phone, maybe you don't know that, but everyone in their phone have MEMS. So this is sensors. So when you turn your phone, as an example, the image will rotate. So this is a sensor that will do that. This is something that we could manufacture at C2MI. Wafer finishing. So this is chip level again. So this is microelectronics. So we'll receive our chip in wafer format. So we have all the tools necessary to do the cutting of those wafers, to do chips at the end. We do semiconductor packaging. So this is not putting, let's say, package in a box of carton box, but this is really putting something around the chip itself. So this is what we call packaging. So there's like different way of connect a chip to a substrate. Could be wire bonding, could be flip chip. So this is something that we could do. And printed electronics, this is what I'm going to talk to you today. And also one of the other services that we offer, we also have a lab where we could do reliability testing, and also we could do a failure analysis.
So we have customers coming to us only for that services. They don't have to come to us for packaging or for MEMS, but only for lab. So this is something that we offer. And what you also see in the dashed line, this is something that we are expanding right now. So we have a building under construction, so we're going to add advanced packaging. This is even more advanced than what we do right now. We're going to do CMOS processing on a bigger wafer. And also we're going to manufacture quantum chip very soon, so which is quite interesting. So this is a real, let's say, not a real picture, but this is what the center looks like. And what you could see here, this is our expansion. So the building is already constructed. We're waiting for the tools to come in eventually. And we have our CEO here, and I know she's quite anxious to get all the tools in. So this is where we are. So this is about C2MI. So let's talk about printed electronics. So my first slide here, this is a car. And the reason why we want to get involved with printed electronics is because we believe, and this is really a market quite interesting for car manufacturer, we could see that, let's see, in many, many things in the car itself. And this is why we believe this is like a nice place to start working on. So that slide, this is a real picture of one of the tools that we have at C2MI. So on the left side, this is all the tools. You don't have any images, but this is the tool for printed electronics itself. So you could print in different ways. You could screen printing. You could do inkjet, aerosol jet, and we have also all the cures involved for that. And the image that you see there, maybe you don't know, but this is an SMT line for surface mount technology. And the reason why we have those two lines all together is because we want to also put some discrete components on flexible circuit. So, and so the scope, let's say, or the presentation, we want to talk about reliability testing as well. So in the lab that I discussed earlier, we could also test everything that we produce in order to make sure that what we develop for copper ink, this is also reliable. So this is a picture from C2MI as well. So this is an example of what we could do. So flexible circuit, you could see traces, and so maybe you don't know that, but this is discrete components. Let's see those components here. So this is done with the tool that I just showed you before. So here that slide. So on the left side, oops, sorry. Let me go back here. So on the left side, this is like a normal PCB, something that you're going to see in your, I don't know, on your computer. And on the other side, on the right side, this is like a flexible printed electronics. But you could see this is basically what they do today for printed electronics. They typically use silver ink. And we believe silver ink is not as good as copper ink because of reliability issue. And this is an example of ether that you could see, let's say, on a car seat. So let's go to the next one. So what is the advantage of using copper ink versus silver? There is many of them. So one of them is lower cost than silver, obviously. This is a very good reason. Second one, it's compatible with the SMT line. So you could use solder paste in order to attach screen discrete components instead of using silver epoxy. So it's a lot easier for manufacturing if you could use copper ink instead of silver ink because of the fact this is compatible with SMT line. And there is no electromigration during testing. So this is like the key feature for reliability testing. But there is some challenges that goes with this. So the problem that we face with this is the centering method, because copper tend to oxide. So there is like some development that has to be done in order to make sure that the copper ink that we use is the right one. So what is electromigration? So when you put bias or current between two points, there is like a potential that the silver will migrate from one place to the other one that we call electromigration or dendrite growth. And this is something that really happens under those conditions. Even if when you put humidity in the skin, this is even worse. And so this is why we don't want to use silver ink. And this is, and the next one, this is a real example of what happened when you put, let's say, parts under bias at 85 degree, 85 degrees C, 85% RH. And you could see there is like migration. I don't know if you see that correctly, but this is like migration that short the two conductor, which is not good. So this is why we believe copper ink is a better option than silver. So what we did, we worked a lot with a company, not a company, but a university called ETS. This is based in Montreal. And they're already helping us to develop the copper ink. So what we did, we compare both things for testing. So what you could see here, this is like a normal, it's difficult to see with my pointer, but yeah, the one on the top, this is like a normal PCB with discrete components, and we did the exact same thing with copper ink on a flexible substrate. You could see this is exactly the same design, and the goal was to see if there's going to be as reliable or not when you compare both. This is like a comparison between two methods. So let's talk quickly about manufacturing process when you compare, let's say, a normal PCB with printed electronics. So on the left side, so when you do a PCB, so it's quite, so you need to, if you start on let's say step number one, a copper fold. So you start with, let's say you have to laminate foil 100% of the surface of the PCB. Then you apply photoresist, you need to expose with light, and then you need to develop, and you have some chemical involved with this, and then you remove what you don't need. So there's a lot of waste in that process. Compared to, let's say, additive material, so you just need to, you need to put the ink or the copper ink on the substrate. So you print your copper, and then you need to, let's say, cure your copper in order to have, let's say, a finer trace. So the beauty of this, you don't remove anything, you just add what you need. So this is like an example of a copper foil base, a normal PCB, and let's say the copper one. So you could, the color are not the same, but you could see this is pretty much the same result. So we've been able to achieve the same connection between the discrete and the PCB, or let's say the substrate, using solder paste. So this is very, very similar. So we were quite proud of that. And so once again, so the goal was to test if this is going to be as good or not if you compare both systems. So we took those cards or those substrate and we put that in our oven at 85 degrees C, 85 RH for 1,000 hours. And then under bias, that means that we put some current on the parts to make sure that's just to evaluate for migration, electromigration, in if this is going to happen or not. And so that was quite interesting to see the results. So this thing here, we don't see too much, but let's say on the first column, this is the result of the PCB. Of course, the resistance increase after testing is perfect as expected. This is like the base. And for the copper, on the flexible substrate, you see this is like an increase of 50%. It's not perfect, but this is like, it's a good result compared to what you could find out with silver. So 50% decrease or increase in resistance. No, everything was good at the end in both cases, 100% yield after that. And the energy consumption for the Dell itself, so this is exactly the same. And the last row that you could see, so for each LED, we have a little bit of output decrease by about 25%. So this is not as good as the PCB, but quite similar. And so this is an example of what we did, so what we test. So we went to NRC, because they have the tool that we don't have, in order to see if this is how it behaves under stress. And potential application. One of the things, so of course, if you use flexible substrate, you want to take advantage of that. So you could use a flexible substrate in order to fit a shape that you need. So this is really good for car industry, as an example. You could install electronics where a part is meant to be bent, like the example that we showed you. Combine a flexible substrate to origami to minimize circuit printout, which is smaller than a normal PCB. Could be very useful on some applications. We could also print a circuit on a heatsink in order to dissipate more heat. And also, I believe one of the things that you could also print on during device. We have a real application with customer that we print on a rock in order to make sure that. So what I've been told, so they were putting sensors in the soil, and so rats were eating the sensors. So they print, let's say, the ink on the rock. So the rat did not eat anything anymore. And of course, weight reduction. And the last slide, so one of the advantages of using that, so at C2MI we're trying to get a better world, a greener world. So since we only add copper where we need instead of putting copper everywhere and remove what you don't need, so we also ask, and I believe Marie-Josée could talk a lot more about that, but we are part of all the equipment that we have at C2MI. So this is a life cycle analysis that has been done by a company based, I believe, in Montreal called Lyrid. And we also joined recently a consortium with SAMI in order to promote this greener world. So this is all I have for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. Any questions? We have time? Okay, if you have any questions, Hall 17, C2MI. Thank you very much, Marco. Okay, and up at 3 o'clock, we've got our NGen IT panel. Okay. Thank you. Good stuff. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, Hannover Messe. And here we are in Hall 7, and I'd like to introduce the last presentation. It's actually a panel discussion this afternoon for the day. This panel discussion is called Security Culture Shift in OT, which is operational technology. And I'd like to bring up each member of the panel, starting with Mano Pancharatam, who's the CEO of Threat IQ. Please have a seat. Dave Cullen, the co-founder and Katua Technologies. Come on up, Dave, sorry. Daryl Salmon, the business development manager at Faith Inc. And Dimitri Raidman, CTO and co-founder of Cybeats. Thank you. And Wendy Young from NGen will be moderating. I'll pass the microphone over.
All right. So, thanks everybody, and welcome for coming to our panel session today. We are talking about the security culture shift in OT. The concept of this shift is an important topic in the field of cybersecurity. It really involves the mindset and practices within organizations to prioritize the security for their operational technology environments. The shift is really crucial because OT systems, which control a lot of the industrial processes and critical infrastructure, are increasingly becoming targets for cybersecurity. So I'll first ask the panel to take a minute to introduce themselves and their organizations and what they do. So start with you, Mano.
All right, Mano Pancharatnam. I'm the CEO and founder of Threat IQ. We are an IT and OT cybersecurity organization that specializes in governance, risks, and compliance. We do a lot of OT platform implementation, integration services, as well as OT risk assessment, especially with AI. So that's our specialization. On the IT side, we do PCI audits, and the regular risk management, governance, and compliance. So I'm going to pass it to David.
Hi, I'm Dave Cullen, co-founder and partner with Katua Technologies. So we come from that realm of OT ICS security. We provide assessment and advisory managed services. As well, we have built a platform really to democratize the management of your OT ICS security program. It's called Intersection. So we're just launching it here at Hannover Messe.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Daryl Salmon. I'm a business development manager from Faith. So we're a Montreal-based company that does cybersecurity technology. It's based on what we call behavioral biometrics. So our solution is based on that, and we enable enterprises really to be able to offer a higher level of security than is currently available from 2FA multi-factor authentication systems on the market. So we have an interest in the manufacturing side of things. We've played heavily in the IT side. We see a fit in the OT end of things for our solution as well. So we're pretty excited to see how we can actually bring cybersecurity levels to the OT sphere.
Thank you, Daryl. I'm Dimitri Raidman. I'm the CTO and co-founder of Cybeats. Cybeats is a software supply chain security company. It's a very interesting topic these days because of many of the regulations in this OT space are requiring transparency into their supply chains. So when they buy software or they buy software-based products, they want to know more about what's going into this software, how long it can be supported, what kind of risk vulnerabilities it brings in. And Cybeats is one of the top companies in the market that solves this problem.
Great, thank you very much. So I'll start off with taking a look at our security-first culture in OT. So what do you believe are the key factors in creating that security-first culture in operational technology? Start with
I'll start with that. So the security-first culture, in order to achieve that, it has to be a top-down approach. It has to come from the executive branch. Needs to communicate that cybersecurity is as important in every aspect of the operations. That has to be communicated down to the operations teams. So they will implement cybersecurity and they will take cybersecurity very seriously, the awareness. And the third part is being cybersecurity being the focal point, not a focal point, but integrated into day-to-day. So whether you're implementing an AI solution for your manufacturing plant, ensuring that cybersecurity components are taken care of, the implementation and the integration is secure, is very important. So it's a top-down approach.
Yeah, I'm going to take more of a tactical approach to this question. I think the first thing as an organization looking to deploy cybersecurity solution in kind of an OT environment, I think you really have to look at where your vulnerabilities are. And I think the key vulnerability is really any kind of HMI, human-machine interface. So, on a manufacturing floor, there's a plethora of machines. Of course, you have operators going to be touching those machines. So I think it's key to understand, just what kind of security exists today on those machines. Now, of course, with newer technology coming out, newer production machinery coming out, a lot of that's factored in. But we've had some great talks even today and prior to coming to the show, where we see companies with older manufacturing production line equipment, where that wasn't built in. This could be stuff that's 20, 25 years old. With new regulations coming on board, or existing regulations, actually, whether it's CMC or what they call validated machinery, these companies are being forced to actually adhere to certain regulatory bodies to ensure if things go sideways, there's auditing trails, there's ways they can have accounting for what's happening. So I think the first approach truly for an organization that wants to implement cybersecurity at this level is to say, okay, where are the vulnerabilities in my system, and start with who touches the system physically.
Yeah, I agree with everything so far, but I think there's also a great opportunity to tie it to the mission, vision, and values of the organization. So many times, in a large organization, there's competing priorities. There's not a lot that centers what should we focus on. So, and ironically enough, NIST asks, does the company have mission, vision, and values, right? But not enough is tied to it to say, this is why we exist, this is what we're going to do. Oftentimes safety is in there. If we pull a manufacturing or critical infrastructure, safety is going to appear in their mission, vision, values somewhere as a top priority. So finding those ways to unify the language, to foster that collaboration, then allows the people to come together to then address the technology or the gaps in the technology as well. But it often takes a shift in the mindset and just the conversations being had, right?
Absolutely. I mean, when we look at the OT and trying to compare it to the IT world, what do we care about in IT, right? I mean, we care about our data to be encrypted or our data to be stolen, right? Sold to someone or published. And when it comes to OT, I would say the perspective changes. It's not about the security, it's about the safety. And safety could go different ways. It's a safety of the people that working inside an OT facility or industrial control system facility, or it also could be safety of their end users, right? I mean, if we are a power grid solution that generates power to cities, to towns, to different spaces, I mean, if this power stops being generated, many people might be hurt, right? And it really shifts the focus towards the safety and also the prioritization of security in the context of safety and resiliency. And the important part here is that, some of this equipment built to work for 20, 30 years. And in order to patch it and fix vulnerabilities, this equipment need to be taken for week down. So they need to have a backup system, backup plan to do so, right? So it's not very possible to keep these systems very secure. Even more, you cannot analyze this system in many cases, because just by making a simple ping command and sending a ping to one of these devices, it can crash it. So it will start operating. And this is really the biggest battle there, right? Between the security and the safety, right? If we will apply security, we can actually harm the safety.
Oh, great. Thank you very much. And I do see that in IT security, very similar to the OT, it is a top-down approach, absolutely. And it is based on what people have the access to on the shop floor, there is a human intervention. So when you look at the IT and the OT, for years we've been told, keep them separate, right? So what do you see as the advantages or disadvantages of integrating the IT and the OT, which is different? It's a different culture. Yeah.
So I can start, right? I mean, there is a good reason for that, right? I mean, we have all these great, I would say, standards, right? Like IEC 62443, like NERC, and they all following the Purdue model, right? The separation of network, different firewalls, different depth and levels of the network.
Yeah.
And it's very important because, you know, in IT, if I want to scan my network, right, I can just go and do it on multiple network segments, on multiple subnets, get the result, amazing, I have this and this amount of PCs, Windows machine, Mac machine, Linux machine, great, I got my inventory. If something will go into one of the layers of OT network and perform such scan, half of the OT devices could be down for a couple days. And that's really comes to prevent and separate clearly that, hey, nothing is going into the system and start, you know, creating havoc, or also nothing can go into the system and try to exploit the risks that usually will be in the system that in many cases is outdated on the version of the firmwares and the software running there.
Yeah.
So that's why kind of I believe that we need this separation, and many of the OT network, they only allow outgoing communication, what's so-called data diode, right? So it kind of only allows to send data out, but this data never can come back in. And this is really also makes it very hard to deploy traditional cybersecurity solutions in such networks.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a key competitive advantage to bringing some of that best practice, to bringing how IT has learned to handle data and leverage data for many years. And now we're seeing it, that OT can leverage that data and it becomes a competitive advantage for the organization. And it's very good. But it's a much different discipline than what they're accustomed to having on the shop floor. And I think the irony is it has been there. IT has been in OT for a little while now, but I would almost call it shadow IT, right? To where the OT teams, engineering teams have done what they need to do to get the job done, and not had that collaboration, or you know, they've kept it all logically separated from a people perspective, but not necessarily a technology perspective. So I think that's the downside, is you almost have to walk that back. It comes back to that first question with culture, but how do you kind of realign the organization, realign the technology? And we see this now where there's dedicated, quote unquote, manufacturing IT teams that are on the plant floor working with the engineering teams and really trying to, you know, get things back up to a level that need to, because the autonomous future, whatever we want to call it, is going to just drive this data and connectivity more. Has to be done securely, like Dimitri said, and that takes a lot of engineering, and there's a lot of complexity that goes into that because you still have all these legacy systems. So it's a lot of work, and it takes a lot of effort and kind of that mandate from the top to do it.
Yeah, I can sort of see from both angles, I suppose. I mean, to Dave's point, and I think Dimitri made it as well, is that we've had decades of building competency, best practices, and how you deliver IT solutions. We've also developed teams that are very obviously versed in that. We have tool sets, that deliver on that as well. So on one side, I can see an enterprise manufacturing company wanting to see how can we leverage that knowledge, the tool sets we have to bring it in the IT sphere as well. And then the flip side, of course, is that OT is quite different. The objectives are quite different. When you have an issue in the IT world where a system goes down, sure, people are impacted, but it's more, it's the critical level for most organizations, not at the critical level that it would be in the OT sphere, which if a line stops, you can count every second, every minute, that's worth how many thousands of dollars. So the responsivity of a team to actually get a line up and running is very, very critical. I mean, the biggest thing in the OT sphere is availability. If you don't have a system that's available at a certain level of 99.99, I don't know if that's the case, but let's say for argument's sake, uptime, and it's reliable enough to deliver on that, then you don't really have something that you can actually bank on. And that's something that is an impediment to running a business successfully as well. And I also think, again, sometimes businesses may want to have one window into their operations, consolidated view of both IT and OT. But then on the other hand, of course, Dave made the point, and I'm sure the other folks on the panel will do as well, is that with specialized skill sets as need for OT, you really can't repurpose what's been done. You have to actually deploy new solutions. And we know businesses are very reticent to actually spend money because, let's face it, IT and OT, these kind of solutions are cost centers, right? They're operational expenses every month. We know they're critical, they're needed, but you're begrudgingly spending money on something that we know is needed, but it doesn't really have, we know it has value, but it's not something that generates revenue. It actually subtracts the bottom line. So, that's the challenge, I think, going forward. It's how to use existing skill set from IT. To Dave's point, they have a manufacturing IT kind of, skunkwork team sometimes that kind of bridge that. But I think as we evolve, with the new hardware that's out there in the manufacturing side of things, there'll be new tools, that are very ultra focused on OT and how that can be, how you can get a window on what's happening, and then maybe there's an integration portion that happens. So at a high level, those folks in, kind of the director of operations for the business can actually see at a glance what's happening on both sides of the business as well. So, there's a lot of changes ahead, I think, and it should be interesting. And we're as Faith looking to see how we can play a certain part in, the kind of the availability, the accountability, and the auditing that's going to happen with that stuff as well.
Well, I think all are very, very challenging situation, but I want to summarize that if we can find the fine balance between IT and OT, and see where the benefit of it, the outcome of it is, we can innovate and become more. We are talking about AI, and I'm sure the whole day you will have heard about AI in manufacturing, AI. Well, there are risks associated with it. That means IT and OT has to work together. So we need to, it's a cultural shift.
Yep.
That's the way I see it. It's a cultural shift. And so cybersecurity risk is the fundamental, and then the trust between the engineering team and the IT team. So that cultural shift has to happen.
No, great. All really great points. I think what I'm hearing is there really is an opportunity for organizations to take the best practices from the IT, however, take the best practices from OT, because we do have old machines, we do have new machines, and I think the OT team is probably the most challenged. IT is pretty static. They have their controls, they know what they have to do, but from an operational technology point of view, we have a lot of new data, new AI capabilities that the OT team has never had to deal with before. They should be looking to the IT team for those opportunities to bridge that gap. So you're right, advantages, disadvantages, and from an IT perspective, for me to go out on a shop floor, it's, from an IT perspective, it's very painful to look at the operational technology and understand, how am I going to secure that? How am I going to ensure that the security and the people that are working in the operational technology understand? I think as industry grows and we start looking at more advanced manufacturing on the shop floor, I think we do need to make that bridge between the two of them. So if we looked at this from an IT/OT perspective, what would you want to see companies understanding? What would you want them to understand before they start going into this, right? Before they start on that cybersecurity journey in general?
So often what we see is companies, whether in manufacturing or critical infrastructure, pouring a lot of money into technology solution as an answer to cybersecurity risks, or cybersecurity problems. Before you do that, our advice to those organizations is take a step back. Understand where you are in terms of cybersecurity maturity. Cybersecurity is not always technology. It's people, process, and technology. So if you understand where you are today and where you want to be, then your journey starts at that point. So you know your maturity is, let's say, 1 out of 5, and you want to go to 2.5. What does that mean in terms of implementation, people, process, and technology-wise? That gives you a roadmap of how to get to 2.5 level and when you can get there and the budget associated. Instead of throwing money at technology, take a step back and start looking at your current state. So discover, secure, and then grow.
Yeah, I guess I'll take a bit of a different take on it, I suppose. I mean, in my mind, I think companies, sure, cybersecurity, we know from a tactical approach, is about securing your environment, ensuring that there aren't any vulnerabilities in your environment, through, human interactions, et cetera, et cetera. But I think that there's an opportunity when you're deploying some of these tools to say, look, we can actually use these tools as a means to an end to be more efficient at what we do. Because some of these tools a lot of times have auditing features in them, they have accountability features, so maybe it's an exercise sometimes in business process reengineering. How can we be more efficient at what we're doing? Now that I know I have a more granular level of view into how my OT works, my production floor works, how humans touch it, and how they spend a certain amount of time at certain machines, I have that very, very low level view. How can I use these tools not just to, again, secure my system, but maybe reduce my costs, make things more efficient, ensure that I have that a certain level of availability and uptime as well. So I think that goes for anything. I think IT's probably figured it out for the last number of years too, that IT is not about just securing data access, privacy, and network access, but it's also about how can we make systems more efficient, and then in turn make the business more profitable. Whether we through some revenue generation strategies or cost-cutting measures. So I think we have to kind of look at it through that lens as well, because I think sometimes we too quickly fall into the gap that this is just, it's a black pit I'm throwing money into. I know it's needed, but, there's more to it than just that. This is an opportunity to kind of rethink how we do things as well. I think it's especially critical in some respects when you have companies that have older equipment, because now that you have these cybersecurity systems layered on top of these older equipment, you've never had the opportunity before to actually understand, audit your operations, the ability to see what happens in any snapshot in time. These tools can allow you to do that. And again, in addition to securing your production floor.
Yeah, I think as an extension of what Mano said, because it really, take that step back is, I think, an important step. And also look at what's your capacity to operationalize security. I mean, so many times, maybe I have a habit of oversimplifying the effort it will take to deploy. And that comes from IT a little bit, where, we had a customer that did a CrowdStrike deployment in IT, 80,000 endpoints over a weekend. There's no way you can do that in OT. So, it's not commoditized the same way. So you need the expertise, you need the people, and you need to have clear roles and responsibilities defined before you start. And then I think beyond that as well, what about competency matrix? Where are the skill gaps? Looking at those sorts of things as well, which don't take too long. It don't have to be a big project to get that defined, but I think that really helps that first step be successful, because this is complex.
Yeah.
And but there's a lot of upside. So yeah.
Well, it's hard to find something to add what you already mentioned, but I'll try.
Yeah.
I mean, OT and IT, there is an obvious benefit to adopt new technologies that can do great things for OT and industrial control systems, like predictive maintenance, like AI and others. So there is a good value in this adoption, but once we're doing this adoption, basically the IT tools, they start leaking into the OT environments. Yeah. And it makes the situation very complex. And the reason for that is people go and buy shiny cybersecurity solutions, as you said, and they just connecting them to the network, and eventually they don't even use them, while they don't have the basics figured out. And what are the basics? Let's identify the assets that we have. Do we know what assets, what devices what connections, what protocols, who they communicating with? Did we divided, segmented our networks and our solutions, our factories, our production floor properly? No, people don't have segmentation, but they're buying like advanced cybersecurity solution to prevent ransomware. I mean, come on, it's the basics that need to be done first. So, from my perspective, it's the visibility, the transparency, the assessment of what we have, identification of our crown jewels, identification of our low-hanging fruits, and then addressing these ones. And before we run and start allocating crazy budgets for these super advanced IT tools, that can encrypt all the traffic all together and prevent the next ransomware. Yeah. So that's my 5 cents.
IT folks like to do that.
And by the way, something that you mentioned, you said that the IT is already doing AI and they have everything under control. Yeah. I'm not sure about that. I think first we need to figure it out in the IT.
Yeah.
Well, and then we can talk about the OT.
Yeah, exactly. Did anyone have anything to add to that? Did you?
No, I'm good.
No? Okay. So one of the things I'm hearing in looking at your IT and your OT environments, when I look at the OT, the organization will put in a capital expense for the machines on the plant floor, and they'll look at the ROI, and they'll understand what it'll improve in their efficiency and their productivity. If we're looking now at the cybersecurity, IT always will look at it from a cost, remember there's a cost center, right? A cost point of view. But how do you, not convince, but how do you work with your OT teams? You're going to help them with your best practices from IT. How do you help them understand how cybersecurity and security built into the culture will also help with the ROI? Interesting question.
Yeah, I think I kind of jumped the gun on the last question because I think I probably have my answer is reversed because I think that's what it is, right? Yeah. Again, I think you have to look at a cybersecurity solution as not, again, just locking down something. It's actually, okay, now we have the opportunity to dig into what we're doing. We can get some advanced metrics, we can get some advanced reporting, advanced auditing. And again, to your point, you can now actually figure out, okay, is this line running as efficient as it can be? And it's not, what can we do with the data that we have? I think it's an exercise in data collection. And again, with tools like AI, it's only going to make it a bit easier for you to make sense of all these data points. And the data points provided by cybersecurity is just one in that category of many that you'll be collecting as well. So again, you have to kind of think broader based, and not think from more of a technical hat. I mean, I think we're all guilty of that. Us folks that come from a very technical background, we're thinking, okay, cybersecurity, technical benefits, features. We know in that sense what it can offer, but you have to kind of put your business cap on too, or your business process engineering cap on. It's okay. We got this tool, it can actually do more than just lock things down. It actually tell me what's happening, at a very granular level. So how can I use that to actually improve, things? And I mean, the higher uppers in the company, the C-level folks love that. Because if any time you can prove that you can actually reduce expenditures, reduce costs, and that in turn increases revenue, that's how you can justify when you make more asks later down the road, you need certain tools to do certain things. They say, okay, you proved in the past, through this deployment that you're able to actually deliver on what you said you're going to do. So yeah, we'll take a leap of faith to you that, yeah, this project you want to initiate to do X, Y, and Z can actually do what it is.
Yeah, I think, again, technical people trying to understand the business a little bit more and demonstrate that they understand the business has a lot of value, right? That you understand that this production line is running till this date to your customer. Our customer allows us to retrofit it. Okay, so what can we do in terms of pragmatic solutions to have security present but not become the primary focus? Because quite frankly, it's not. It's not the cash register of the business. It's not the primary function. But then the opportunity is there that as things go through a life cycle, take more of a secure by design approach. Create your security standards to say, okay, if we're going to touch this line, we're going to do these 3 steps, right? And we're going to implement this. And have that related to the quality management system, and the safety management system. And I think demonstrating that you have that understanding of the business goes a long way. Because many, if I say it bluntly, because I'm a technical person too, it's not necessarily second nature for us to do that. We look at the technical lens, right? And so taking that step back, understanding the business and being able to communicate the value of security is extremely important.
And I echo both of their comments. Cybersecurity and revenue, the two things doesn't go well. In our experience, cybersecurity equals dollar down the drain.
Yeah.
That's what we see in anywhere you talk to. Oh, you need to invest in this technology. Oh, more dollars going down the drain. What is my return investment? And you try to tell the story, oh, you're going to have customer trust. Well, it's not measurable, measurable in the indicator, right? Or you're going to have more revenue coming. Well, show me how that's going to be possible. If I put $5 million in a product, how is that going to translate to $10 million of return? It's a difficult task to do, and be very honest. So it all boils down to when something happens, that's when everybody scrambles, and that's when the money comes out. But then they make the big mistake of throwing technology at it without taking a step back, as everybody said. Take a step back and figure out where the gaps are, and then invest on the right solution. And I say solution, not technology. It's people, process, and technology. So the three things has to work in fine balance in order to get your ROI. But you cannot use that as a KPI. The C-levels will never understand. I invest in cybersecurity and I get revenue up. There's no way of showing that.
There doesn't seem to be that connection between the IT and, you're absolutely right, Dave. From an IT perspective, we do look at the cost as the cost of security as opposed to looking at the cost as improving the bottom line. And you're right, take a step back and take a look at what it is you need to invest in that organization, what's important for the shop floor, and how am I going to get there. And I think when you look at IT in general, the technical IT, they very much keep everything separate from the OT, and so it's a very difficult bridge coming back. So I think some of that understanding of what the OT team needs to do to improve that bottom line, I think you're right. You said it at the very beginning, top down, getting the top to understand it's not IT spend, it's security culture, it's a security by design for your shop floor, right? Did anyone want to add anything else, or no? So I think we've come to the end of our session. I'd like to thank the panel very much for coming. If you have any questions, we are located all in hall number 17. Please feel free to come and speak to them about any of the things that you've heard today and what their organization can help with the manufacturing and automation. All right, thank you.
Thank you.